I just saw a very interesting video from Scott Schaefer breaking down an emerging scam that's apparently popping off and very successful that seems to dust off an old method that was popularized on Reddit a long, long time ago. In the early days of Reddit, where updoots were the most sought after currency since Bitcoin, the citizens of Reddit, the narwhal baconers at midnight, came up with a strategy to farm these coveted updoots that everyone was chasing like the fountain of youth. In a nutshell, the strategy was take an image or a video from some unrelated person, usually like an older person or someone in a hospital, and then drum up a sob story like, this is, old Peepaw Cletus. I loved him for so long. Yesterday he passed away, but his final wish was that this photo of him giving me a thumbs up reaches 50k karma and breaks the r/gaming super record. Can we make his last wish happen, guys? And then naturally people are like, oh, I'll support that, and then they all did. Well, now that exact same strategy is being used to sell drop-shipped items from Temu on TikTok, and it is blowing up.
I became aware of this scam not from TikTok, but a YouTube channel called Force Orbs. This channel is originally a TikTok account with the same name that moved all their videos to YouTube Shorts to try and scam more people. The page is all about promoting their custom Star Wars art, all made by one old man.
People said that you would destroy this Sith, not join them! Bring balance to the Force, not leave it in darkness!
Execute Order 66.
I'm not gonna lie, it's actually kind of nostalgic to see this scam again. I thought for sure this was a menace long since forgotten. I really cannot even picture the person that would see this video and think for 1 second that this is real. Like, I don't know who sees this and is like, oh man, this is heartbreaking. He's right. That video of that girl shooting a baseball at a car's window got so many views, but his Star Wars art is getting ridiculed? What kind of... What's happened to us? This is not right. I'm going to buy 10 Force Orbs to support him and let him know how happy I am with this purchase. Of course, the reality is the old guy in the video here has no fucking clue what Force Orbs are. He is not involved with this at all. It's just some random douchebags that are drop shipping it, using this as their marketing tool here. He's become their mascot, the Toucan Sam to their cereal that they're peddling.
All of their videos are pretty much the same. It's a sad old man who makes custom Star Wars glass orb art, and he's upset because any clip on social media with a cute girl gets millions of views, but his videos trying to sell his art, no one watches. In many of the clips, he talks about that he's running out of money, and people in the comments taunt him, saying things like, "Grow up, old man. No one loves Star Wars anymore. Besides, nobody is buying your stupid Star Wars art."
Another classic. You rage bait and tug on the heartstrings here. Oh, look at what these people are saying about my Star Wars orbs. They say it's stinky and they don't want it. They say it's not art. They put art in quotations. They say nobody loves Star Wars anymore. Can we prove them wrong? Can you guys all buy my fucking art, please? Also, it's just such a dog shit comparison in the first place, by the way. It's unjust that this video has millions of views, but mine doesn't. Doesn't that just make you mad? Isn't that just the most upsetting thing ever? A real tearjerker. Now get your wallet out, please buy some of these Force Orbs I found on Temu.
But what this item actually is, really is just a customizable LED glass orb that you can find on sites like Temu for $16. Any photo you want can be uploaded into these, but the scammers are trying to sell these with preloaded Star Wars images and calling them Force Orbs. The real crime is on their website, where they are selling these for a whopping $60 a pop.
$60 is pennies to make this old man's dreams come true. Can we get his videos to 66 million views here so it matches that girl shooting a ball at a fucking car windshield? He deserves it, clearly. Come on, guys, what are we doing? If we each give him $1, we can afford one fucking Force Orb maybe at this absurd price. This is always probably my favorite part about these kind of scams. Like, it's not even so much like the goofiness of the videos they post and how fucking trash they are, but it's their preposterous level of greed where they'll mark up a Temu product like 2,000% and think anyone would be willing to buy that. Unfortunately, it seems like there are some gullible suckers that do because they want to, support this story that they've bought into hook, line, and sinker. But, it should be just so obvious that this is fishy. I cannot picture the person that sees this and is like, oh, I'm getting my credit card out. $60 for a Force Orb, it's a little steep, but it's made with love and care. I could tell, because the TikTok video said so.
In the clips, it shows alleged production of the globes, but if you slow down the production videos, it seems to me that this might be AI footage, because the people in the video have weird body issues. Like this guy who has this weird crease in the middle of his forehead, and the arms in the next image look AI generated as well.
No, what? AI generated videos? As if. No such thing, not on TikTok. They wouldn't be using AI to show the production, that's all legitimate. The worker there with the wacky forehead, well, that's old Quirky Brows Joe. I mean, everyone knows that guy's got like that weird shit in there like an accordion. That's part of his identity. He's a zany character around the office that works with our favorite old guy at Force Orbs. Come on, don't be ridiculous. AI footage. My left shoe.
One thing that isn't AI, though, is the sad old man who shows up in every video who claims to be making all these orbs. With a reverse image search, I was able to find where this footage originally comes from, and it's from a TikTok account called TedDog13. TedDog has nothing to do with the Force Orb scam, and he seems to be a nice old man who created his TikTok account to help him make new friends online.
This is TedDog13. I want to thank you all for allowing me to make these videos.
He seems like a sweetheart. And like I said, this isn't anything new. This has been a scam that's existed for a while, but it kind of petered out and wasn't really popular for a while. But now, thanks to TikTok being such a strong marketing vessel and people so willing to just buy into a sad story and like rally behind what they think is a good cause for these products on TikTok, people are now spinning that goodwill to exploit it. So now they're just drop shipping trash with fake stories around it, taking other people's videos and then even using AI videos to try and, spruce it up a little bit to get people to buy into it. It is doing well. Force Orbs, I think, is the most comical example, but Scott Schaefer goes through a few more. It is a rampant issue across TikTok and YouTube Shorts.
Another TikTok and YouTube scam channel known as Fuzzy Paw Slides is doing the same thing to push their scam products, but this time they've added another twist to the tale.
This is my last-ditch effort. Please stay to the end of this video, as it would help me tremendously. So my grandpa decided to take a leap of faith and start his own cat shelter. Currently, he's struggling to make ends meet and keep it open, so he decided to start making handmade cat slipper. He is the most kindest and talented person I know, but he has not received an order in 6 months. Please comment to boost this post and help support him.
Oh. Make handmade hand slip. Make handmade. You ever had a dream that you ever wanted the handmade cat slipper? Wow, that's so sweet. He opened his own cat sanctuary, but hasn't had an order for 6 months for his handmade cat slipper. Come on, guys, can you boost this post so we can all buy his handmade cat slipper? Wow, that's such a good story. What a story, Mark.
Sure enough, you can find slippers just like this on Alibaba, going anywhere from $1 to $3 for a pair, but the website for the scam is selling them marked down from $50 for the low price of only $30.
Fuck! I'm losing money not buying the handmade cat slipper. Only $30 for a handmade cat slipper to keep this old man's sanctuary running? Oh my god, the blood of those cats is gonna be on my hands if I don't support him! No!
Talk about a great deal. What truly is disgusting is they have a donate button, so you can help out their fake cat shelter that doesn't actually exist.
No sarcasm on this one. That is just straight up outrageous. That is beyond shameless. So then it's not even drop shipping dog shit products. It is actually just a full-blown fraudulent red alert lie. Super duper scam. You get nothing in return. It is literally a give us money for nothing button on their website with this imaginary cat shelter. That one was crazy. That one actually did catch me off guard. I haven't seen that before. That one is actually so far over the line that they might actually find themselves eventually in like criminal charges. A lot of the other scams are able to hide behind like oh well, we did deliver something. So sometimes they do get away with that. Here, they don't even have that excuse. That could legitimately be a huge fucking issue for them should anyone ever bother to pursue it.
Now, the old man that they show in the videos is actually a tailor and has his own TikTok account called George the Master Tailor, where he does tailoring work and never makes any cat slippers. George and his daughter have put out a few videos calling out the many TikTok accounts that have stolen his videos to promote their scam products.
Good morning. A lot of people using my face, and they're selling stuff that's fake. It's not me. I don't make slippers, and I don't make all the junk that they're selling.
Like I said, it is actually a big problem. So big to the point that even some of the people that are being taken, like their content being taken to use to promote this, are becoming aware of it because some of their fans have been scammed by it and are alerting them that, like, hey, this is going on. Also, there's other fans that are confused, like, hey, I bought these, handmade cat slipper from you. It's trash. Why are you selling trash? And it's like, no, that's not me. I didn't do that kind of thing. So someone like George the Master Taylor here is coming out to set the record straight, like, no, there's a bunch of accounts using my face to promote their products. It's not me. So just warning people. It is a big issue that is only being more prevalent because it's working.
I'm not that person. I'm not selling anything.
Here's a list of the fake profiles that we're aware of at this point. Please, if you see them, report them. And if you find any more, please send them to us and also report them.
And I think a lot of these channels may be run by the same group of scammers, because on the Fuzzy Paw Slides channel, not only did I find stolen footage from George, but even Ted Dog 13 popped up on the channel as well. Another channel even stole Ted Dog 13's voice and used it over the video of a different man to sell their drop-shipped cow slippers.
This video has some audio that may or may not be DMCA, I'm not sure, but it's the same thing. It's just like some sad-ish music playing and then this sob story. Stay 9 seconds to help save my cow shelter from shutting down by buying my cow slippers. It actually really could all just be the same group of scammers doing this, and then I believe probably some copycats. Because, I mean, this shit is one-to-one. They couldn't even be bothered to change the narrative beyond going from cat to cow. It's the same homework. There's no change, really. So it does lend credibility to the idea that it is one group of scammers that is just dropshipping all of this shit and using this as their main marketing across numerous different social media handles from TikTok and YouTube Shorts. It's very likely. But I do think that there is definitely others outside of that group doing the same thing, just emulating their procedure, like their process, because it's working. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about it, but I do recommend you check out the rest of Scott Schaefer's video on this subject, because he does go into others as well. It's very interesting. If you are someone that has seen these pop up, and maybe, God forbid, someone that actually bought some of this, my heart breaks for you, but you gotta be aware of this scam here. So putting it on your radar here, watch out. Don't buy into just some random fucking sob story aiming to sell you some slippers or whatever other garbage. That's really about it. So yeah. No, I did not just get out of the shower, and I didn't just walk in the rain. I am actually just this greasy. This might be the greasiest you've ever seen me. I'm like a cryptid caught on camera right now with all of this oil surrounding my flesh and hair. And the stench. P.U. Let me tell you, it's a Methodist that could make a warthog puke and die. But that's not what we're really here to talk about. I could go take a shower whenever I want. It's just, I've been grinding some Siege on the gaming channel, and I had a long 4-hour session after the gym. Grinding Siege, not a 4-hour session in the gym. But, and now I just want to yap about something, because I once again dove down a rabbit hole that we discovered last night on stream with my Lost Media Challenge. Some of you who've been around for a while might remember, quite a handful of years ago, I issued a public Lost Media Challenge with a bounty of $25,000 to anyone that could somehow recover the hundreds of videos I deleted about a decade ago. When I was a young lad, I had hundreds of Gears of War montages and 1v1s and a bunch of other gaming videos for like Devil May Cry 4, some Rainbow Six Vegas, all kinds of stuff. Some of them camcorder and then some of them with my Dazzle Platinum capture card. And in 2010, I made the decision to vaporize those bitches. I started deleting them, and I kept deleting apparently all the way up until 2012, which I didn't remember. I thought I did them all in one fell swoop. Hundreds of videos for a variety of reasons. One, some of them I was pretty embarrassed of. They were pretty not good videos. And then others I deleted because at the time, YouTube didn't have the same system it does now when it comes to copyrighted music. So people would lose their YouTube channels if you played like popular songs in them. And some of those videos had very popular music in them. So I just played it safe and just started deleting anything that had music in it, which was actual hundreds of videos. and I've been very regretful of it ever since. I've always wanted to see those videos again. I also had like AMVs as well. I didn't have any on this channel. It was on a separate channel, but I don't think that'll ever be found because I don't even remember the name of it. But it's just videos I made when I was a kid that I'd really like to be able to look back on and see. So I issued that challenge to anyone that could somehow recover them, but even though there was a big effort to try, it was ultimately a failure. It's impossible. Not even YouTube can recover any of those videos. So I assumed it's just been a dead end for years, but actually there's been a massive discovery in regards to recovering lost media where a big glitch has actually been found, and I learned about it last night on stream, and there's a very real, actually pretty decent chance that anyone that watched those videos back in 2010 all the way up to 2012 may still have them on their computer without even knowing, because Flash, RIP Flash by the way, that's 6 feet under, that's in Valhalla now, we miss you. Flash had a problem, or not even really a problem, had a oversight where it would actually store these videos if you would ever watch them at all. I'm going to show you the video that goes over it in detail and the tutorial on how you can access them, as well as I went down a very nostalgic trip through memory lane last night on stream, so I want to show you all of that, going over some of the old videos and such. But to fast forward, there is a way to access those videos that have been stored on Flash, even if it's been 18 years since you've watched it if you're on the same computer. It's pretty fucking wild. So, if anyone's been around the channel for over a decade and you've watched any of those like old Gears of War videos of mine from back in the day that I deleted fucking 16 years ago, you might be able to recover all those videos and get yourself a nice paycheck here, because I will still obviously honor this $25,000 bounty for recovering these videos. That's for the entire kit and caboodle. What I've been doing for like the community that's still been actively hunting them is I've been giving them like pieces of it for finding like thumbnails and the data and stuff like that. But like recovering videos, I'll probably do it like on a per video basis, because I imagine it'd be very unlikely someone has all fucking 300 to 400, however many it was, that I deleted back then. But if you do, you get the whole 25k, but I imagine that probably won't be the case, so it'll be like depending on how many videos are recovered this way, if any. But anyway, let me go ahead and show you what it is, because it's extremely fascinating. Even if you never watched any of those, I still think it's something very interesting to watch and learn about anyway. In the description. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, it is the same video, huh? Because the one in your DM links to the same thing.
In 2018, a small group of data scientists came across a list of 100 million YouTube videos that was made back in 2010. Taking the opportunity to study how YouTube videos rose and fell over the years, they wrote a script to go through them automatically, but quickly noticed an unfortunate pattern was starting to form. If you've never found yourself trailing a faint memory of a YouTube video from 15 years ago, consider yourself lucky, because 50% of those videos were deleted.
God, it's
now,
such a
when something's
shame.
missing, there are still people out there who are determined to give you options. The Wayback Machine, with their damn near infinite determination and storage, managed to recover 5% of these deleted videos. Absurd in the grand scheme of things, but realistically not making much of a dent. So when a deleted video pops back in your mind a decade later, maybe even growing in infamy to the point where a search team forms, there are usually only 3 avenues to take. The Wayback Machine, like I said earlier, a re-upload, or contacting the person who uploaded it. When all of these routes fail, that's usually when these sorts of cases are considered cold. One search got too big to stop there. That's when the meta started to shift. This is Super Mario 64 Big Star Secret. Back in the late 2000s to early 2010s, this video posed up as a tutorial to...
Wait, so does this explain... I mean, it must explain the glitch. Is this how they found it? Is trying to find this? This one particular thing? The Big Star... It's crazy how much ties back to Super Mario 64. Like the fucking Vertasium video and stuff, with like the sun and everything. It is incredible how much gets tracked back to Super Mario 64 in particular. Unbelievable.
To unlock some vague, dark secret in Super Mario 64. Most people, given the culture of the time, thought this was going to unlock Luigi. Over 700,000 people tried to keep up with this ridiculous, unorthodox tutorial where Mario is blue, and every text box is swearing at you, but right in time for the grand reveal, this video pops up. The one
oh, classic.
Videos that incite a riot in the comments section don't tend to stay up for long. Not to mention the audio being swapped out to some happy-go-lucky EDM and the jump scare being muted along with it. The whole thing got turned into a bit of a husk of its former self. So, for 100 different reasons, it got wiped out by the end of 2011. But anyone who's been faked up by a fake tutorial or a fake game trailer or an entirely fake game knows that those things stick with you. So in 2020, with everyone stuck inside, a decent subset of those 700,000 viewers started thinking back to that first time they got jump scared. And every single one ended up in the same forums or Reddit communities with the same sentiment. They couldn't find it. One witness in particular, one with a background in video production, started tracking down all these viewers to make a short passion project about this
for a
stupid,
jump
mysterious
scare.
rumored video. And through some ridiculous twist of fate, people found it interesting. So interesting, in fact, that the founder of the Lost Media Wiki took the opportunity to kick off a community-wide search for it in its multi-thousand member Discord server. Things started to move fast. Someone found the title, then the uploader. They managed to track him down on PSN of all places. He was in the Discord server.
Super Mario 64 Big Star from Lotus Man. So they found a screenshot of it, and then reached out to them through the PlayStation Network. Jesus, the Lost Media community is crazy, bro. That's so
he
thorough.
didn't have it. The Internet Archive didn't either. Within 2 months, the hunt was declared a cold case. So all 3 routes failed. What's next? In the late 2010s, Adobe announced that they'd be killing off Flash Player by the end of 2020.
Such a shame.
What once powered the internet
Such a
was
shame.
now ultimately a husk of its former self, and Adobe chose the nuclear option. One Flash developer, Blue Maxima, realized he only had a couple years to outrun the storm, so he created Flashpoint, a project meant to preserve as many Flash animations, games, and websites as possible. They used the same core
Love
methods
that.
as most other
Oh,
online
Sunny 2! A classic! Oh, wow, he's got the bangers in here.
scavenger hunts, but their growing popularity gave them an advantage. So when you visit a website and the page has to load some other file like an image, a video, or a flash game, your browser temporarily stores that in an area that most people call the cache. For the next few days or so, whenever you visit that website again, you might notice it loading a hell of a lot faster because everything it needs is already on your computer. The developers of Flashpoint knew this better than anybody. Armed with a list of long-lost Flash games, they pioneered a new outlandish technique to find internet stuff. If someone played one of these sought-after games and managed to leave their computer alone just enough for the files to not get deleted, that game would be sitting in the cache. Now, everyone was well
That's
aware
so
that these odds
cool.
were near zero, but if they could get this process out to any subset of their huge audience, then they might be able to find one. So they worked on getting the word
They're
out.
basically tracking echoes. They are literally hunting like the ghost in the machine. So this is what Archive was telling me. The reason why this falls into like the Lost Media Challenge I issued 6 years ago now, finding like the hundreds of videos I deleted back in 2010, is because if anyone from back in 2010 watched those and I guess kept it around long enough, you can still access that data, which is what this all ties into. So there is somewhat of a glimmer of hope that the old videos from back in 2010 that I banished to the Shadow Realm are recoverable.
And by the end of their prime, when Flash was finally dead and buried, the results showed for themselves. Out of a list of 32 lost games, Flashpoint had found 6 of them. Naturally, the people looking for Big Star Secret ended up hearing about this miraculous long shot, but with only one video on their mind and no large audience to check, the consensus came down.
Didn't someone try to scam you by saying they found one video? That was a really good scam, though. Legit, that one was a diabolical scheme, yeah. There was some ne'er-do-well who, when I did the Lost Media Challenge, heard how I described one of the videos as well as the title of one of the videos, and he recreated it with like a camcorder on his own system to make the Halo video, to make it look like mine. So I thought I was seeing one of my old videos until I noticed that the names were wrong. It was really smart, but it was so grainy I couldn't quite see the name, so for a while I almost bought into it. Actually, almost got scammed the second time, but I shut it down. True, and then Archive protected me from another one, apparently. Yeah, Archive's been like my guardian angel on this Lost Media journey.
Down to it's impossible. So that video got cast aside and was doomed to sit with the hundreds of other equally unimportant lost YouTube videos for the rest of time. That was until 4 years later. One searcher, after exhausting every other option, decided to check back in with an old computer for 2011 just to see if he had any...
Man, actually thinking about that now, it's even more cringe because he really did go through a lot of effort, because he had to play the game, the same map, and like do the theater mode the same way that I described it, and he had to put in the same music. And it really was pretty impressive, actually. Like, I can't even be mad at it.
Was in his cache. That's when he realized something strange. In a hidden folder meant for temporary storage, he found 50 very large files with seemingly random names. After further investigation, he realized that these were all videos, spaced out over the course of 2 years. Now, we have to back up a little here to figure out what's going on. Whenever you watched a YouTube video back then, the video would be copied to 2 places, the browser's cache and Flash Player's cache. The browser keeps track of everything in its cache, so there's very little that can stop it from clearing, but Flash Player only keeps track of what it makes in a single session, from startup to shutdown. Here's the issue with that. Shutting down through the menu is fine, but if your computer is shut off in any other way, like holding the physical power button, pulling the plug, or having a power outage, Flash Player will forget to delete its copy of the video. In the context of a screamer video, where children can easily act out of panic, this is not off the table. So a small team forms with a new goal: contact everyone who's seen the video. Some managed to pull out tens, if not hundreds, of videos using this newly coined cache method, but none were the Mario Screamer. In May of 2025, however, one witness was pulled out of a comment section with an interesting anecdote. I think I ran down the stairs and had my grandmother turn it off for me. I'll try and look into getting it turned on again. This was a 1 in a million account. Shutting it down is one thing, but it's more likely than not that someone who didn't grow up with or around computers would rely on intuition to turn it off, or more specifically, by using the physical power button. This could be it. It's just like it's spelled
file system is raw. It's not available for raw drives.
What the hell is a raw drive? The hard drive was corrupted, 0 bytes were able to be read, and it caught fire within 2 hours. The dream is dead, and then 4 days later, some other guy shows up like, "Hey guys, is this it?" This is full, unfiltered footage of Super Mario 64 Big Star Secret.
We got it!
47 seconds at least.
No!
A user on the Lost Media Wiki, Peter, was checking through his old browser cache as a bit of a weekend activity, not even having the video on his mind, and found it. Unfortunately, he clicked off early, cutting the video off, but the interesting thing about this is that he clicked off. He closed the tab. There was no shutdown to stop the file from clearing, so how did he have it? This is where the scene completely falls apart. Peter had 5,000 videos sitting on his hard drive uncleared for 17 years.
Oh my god, the goat!
Like the shutdown glitch, his browser was broken. Everything that he'd ever seen on the internet, every image, every video, every game, every little soundbite, it was all there. Whether it was a glitch or a virus, the index file that kept track of everything, the only thing that could mark all those videos for deletion, was gone. So logically, everyone ran to Flashpoint to see if they'd encountered
Holy shit, this guy's got the Library of Alexandria. He's the chosen one. His midichlorian count is unlike anything we've ever seen before.
And they hadn't. But that's not to say it was uncommon. The standard, universally accepted program that Flashpoint used to check people's cache relied on that missing index file. If someone with Peter's bug ran their exporter, it would say they have nothing in their cache, period. And you might jump to say that their chances could have been better if they somehow knew about this, but this whole conversation led to another revelation. When Flashpoint as a whole uncovered 6 games through internet cache, this was not from 10,000 computers. I'm sure you could assume that, but it didn't even touch the thousands. In fact, the amount of people who checked in with Flashpoint, the total number of people who went out of their way to see if they had anything important in their cache, did not exceed the double digits. Peter's glitch was far, far from the only thing that could stop cache from clearing. The reason that so few pieces of lost media have been found through internet cache is not inherently because it's unlikely, it's because people think it's unlikely. So let's really try to put these odds into perspective. Peter is one of the admittedly few people out there who would know where to find their cache, how to interpret it, and how to find YouTube videos. Not only that, but these traits would also have to overlap with him being aware of this relatively niche lost media hunt, because to be clear, Peter did not remember watching the video. The way all these odds lined up for one of the most prized deleted YouTube videos of all time is almost too good to be true, to the point where it's clear to me that this isn't as much of a miracle as we might think. If cache recovery as a concept could be justified to a mainstream audience, the amount of stuff that could get found is frankly ridiculous. So this video is ultimately a call to action. In the description, there's an open source program that will search your cache for you. Frame by frame analysis against a built-in.
Oh, look at the Gears of War videos in there. What the fuck? That's so classic. That goes crazy. Whose are those, I wonder? I doubt they're mine. Imagine these are just mine. This dude's got my old Gears shit that I deleted. The main thing I've been trying to relocate for the last 6 years. I deleted this shit back when I was like 15.
Over 500 lost YouTube videos that were deleted as late as 2021. If you have an old computer, or if you have an audience that might be interested in this kind of stuff, please consider reviewing this. This is a huge number of people's last chance, and there is money on the line. I have spent—
Oh my god, wait. Legitimately, he might be flipping through some of my videos. I made so... That is literally my video, by the way. Devil May Cry 4 boss battle number 6. Is that not just one of mine? I did a boss battle video for every Devil May Cry 4 boss. Yeah, because I gave him these. Okay, thank you. Alright, that makes sense. I was like, this is absolutely just some of my old shit when I was like 12. I was gonna say. It's crazy I can still recognize the thumbnails.
the line. I have spent hundreds of hours.
Yeah, these are, literally all of these are mine. Okay, that makes so much more sense. So, correct me if I'm wrong, Archive. These aren't the videos. You were able to find the thumbnails plus the titles, right? Yeah, it's thumbnails and titles. Okay, I thought so.
I have spent...
That's so fucking cool. Oh my god, when I was doing Army of Two achievement guides, did that video really have 41k views? That would have been one of my most viewed videos. Holy shit. Are these views accurate to the time period? Because my shit was getting like 100, 200 normally, from what I remember. Yeah, we went through so much data to get this right. That's fucking crazy. That shit must have popped off at some point, and I don't remember that. The one I remember, like the first video I had that actually did numbers was Halo 3 Hayabusa Armor Tutorial. That was the first video I ever made to 100,000 views, and then YouTube hit it because it used Il Nino when it cuts. So then I had to change the music out, and I don't remember what I changed it to. But it ruined the video because then the second half is all completely empty. Like, in terms of audio, it's just quiet, silence. Oh god, this had almost 100k. No way. There's no way. There's no way. Call of Duty 4 on top of the map block tutorial old school. You're telling me that had almost 100k views at the time of deletion? It did. We have the archives and data to back it up. What the fuck? Wow. Man, I must have been like really on some shit back when I deleted these. And do you know when I deleted them, like the year archive? It was 2010, right? It was 2010 into 2011. Because the reason I did it was, one, some of them out of embarrassment, I thought it was worth mentioning here. Now, already outside of the obvious major conversation that's been being had here about political violence, there is now like another separate conversation that's starting to break through because of the engravings on the ammo casing, because Helldivers was referenced. So now a lot of people are pointing the finger at video games, which is something that has historically happened in the past with people immediately trying to scapegoat video games as like the catalyst for a tragedy. This is a path that's been walked hundreds of times before, and I'm sure it'll be walked hundreds of times again. Do I think Helldivers had any role to play in this monster carrying out this assassination on Charlie Kirk? No, I don't. I don't think video games are ever really to blame. Anyway, as of now, there's been a lot of misinformation flooding around with like different Tyler Robinsons, and also like people making claims about whether he's a Democrat or a Republican, which is obviously a big subject here considering the motive being political. Now, with all the available information about what they found as well as like where he's potentially been, to me it seems like he's more left-leaning than right, but nothing is 100% confirmed, and there's so much information it's hard to know for sure. A lot of people are saying since he grew up in a Republican household and there's so many photos of him at a young age around guns, he must be a Republican, but that's not always the case. Kids don't always grow up to be just carbon copies, clones of their parents and their beliefs. Like, yes, they're more inclined to follow those beliefs, but it's not always how it works out, and according to people closest to him, he got much more political over the last couple years, so anything could have changed. There's no telling for sure. But this definitely does seem to be a politically motivated assassination, which, if you ask me, is a horrible thing. And my heart breaks for the family that is now without a father. I think it is bad. I know, classic Charles with a grass is green take, but I also want to mention something that a lot of people kept saying, I'm sure you've seen it in the comment section or on streams or elsewhere, about how I'm dodging this topic and refusing to speak on it. And people would even go as far as to say that I am endorsing political violence by not making a video on it, which I find to just be unhinged. I find that to be so fucking twisted. Especially considering it's not like I've been shy on this subject. Since it happened, I have covered it extensively during streams. I've been mainly gaming, because I've been in such a fucking huge gaming arc in my life right now, but I have still talked about it a lot. And I said from day one, I planned on making a video once the shooter was caught, because I was very confident the shooter would be apprehended pretty quickly. Like, they had a substantial amount of footage showing him on the roof, jumping off the roof, even wandering through the neighborhoods. They even had pretty clear photos that they released to the public that showed a lot of this guy's face. So I was pretty certain that they were going to either catch him pretty quickly, track him down, and get them themselves, or, what ended up happening, someone would recognize him and turn him in. So I wanted to wait for that to happen so that way I can make a video covering the entire situation here, because I find it to be such a big deal. But since I was mainly talking about it on streams instead of in a video, which, by the way, if I did do like a video when it happened, a follow-up video, and then this video, people would accuse me of milking a tragedy. So it's kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't. But because I was talking about it on streams, people accused me of trying to hide it there. Basically saying that doesn't count, it only matters if you make a video on it. So let me be crystal clear here. I think the assassination of Charlie Kirk, everything that happened here is fucking horrible. I think it is horrific. Awful. I think it is terrible. And I'm aware that some people have been celebrating this. I find that to be fucking disgusting. Now, as I said on stream, I don't know much about Charlie Kirk. And I've seen a lot of people saying that now when, like, giving their take on this, and I think a lot of them are just making that shit up because they don't want to get, like, too deep into the nitty-gritty or anything. But truly, I have been very offline over the last year and some change, so I haven't seen a whole lot of Charlie Kirk. The things I know about him come through, like, adjacent discussions, like with Epstein Files or South Park. Of course, after all this happened, I did see a bunch of the clips that people were tossing around from, like, his talks or from debates, and it's things I don't agree with for sure. But even still, what happened here is bad. Even though I didn't agree with him from all of the things I've seen, it still doesn't change the way I feel about this being a horrifying, terrible thing that happened to him. I think that's very standard. I know people are going to find that to be just, yep, grass is green take from Charlie, but it's the truth. It's how I feel. Political violence or violence of any kind like this, I think, is just fucking unacceptable, and it's extremely scary. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. See ya. Like, put the kibosh on it, but he kind of popped out of nowhere, just spawned in once the NPC streamer started doing his business, and I'm very curious his role in all of this, because he's, like, very close to him, and he doesn't seem happy about it, so I'm led to believe that this character's got some pretty deep lore, and I imagine that he also was pretty bothered by this stream, just based on what I can see here.
I'm getting pretty sick. Beautiful. Wow, thanks for sharing around. Wow, you look very great. That's for you, my lady. Beautiful. Let's see. Thanks for those likes.
Now, being totally honest, I do actually think the people that watch this and consume this sludge are worse than the clowns that perform it. Because they are making money doing it, like a sizable amount. I think in this case, it was like a few $100s from what I could tell. Like, I can't even be mad at them for doing it if it's, you know, putting bread out like that. It is a good chunk of change, especially over the course of like a month. Like Pinky Doll, the woman that started it all, she does multiple streams like this a day, from what I can tell. So like she is still making good money from it. So it's the people that are watching and the ones that go above and beyond the Call of Duty here, the actual lobotomites that are giving money for it, that I think are significantly more pathetic than the protagonists here, the stars of the shit show. I actually just can't fathom that. I cannot imagine the person, like the living, breathing, sentient organism that sits down staring at their phone screen watching this. I don't get it. Like, I can kind of get it in this case, though, where there's like a confrontation and you want to see how it plays out. That kind of checks out. But the audience that just sits there watching and then deciding to donate real hard-earned clams for it, just for them to repeat the same line and the same animation from the NPC, it's incomprehensible to me. Like, what does that person look like that does that? That is just such a fucking loser that words can't even accurately describe.
Thanks to the rose, my lady. That refresh. All right, I got you. Don't worry. Wow! I'm just ready for the action. Excuse me, sir. Can you please go? Thank you so much.
So the blue shirt guy actually went to upstage him there for a moment. He went front and center there on the camera. I thought he was about to start hitting like fucking Gangnam Style or something. Like, I thought this shit was about to bust out Crazy Style, but it did not. And then the NPC streamer kind of got in his face about it, asking him to like back off, like, take a fucking hike, Buster. This is my show. This is mine. So I think it became pretty clear where Blue Shirt's allegiance lie. He is not on the side of the NPC streamer, so I imagine he's with the other guy wanting to get him out of there.
Oh, thank you so much. Not again. Woo.
Hello,
I'm ready for the action.
Memorial.
Please, hey, can you go away now? Now you are, hey, can you now go away?
With me and is bothering everyone.
Guys, watch this stupid guy. Stupid guy.
Yeah.
What a stupid guy calling police.
There's a guy here.
I will come back, Chet.
Goober's freaky ass will return in Avengers Doomsday. He swears it. So the guy actually does seem to get police on the horn, so he's like reporting him. So now he's going offline to handle this now. He's probably got a whole new set of animations for when the police get there. I also love how many times the NPC streamer calls the other guy stupid. Bro, like, look in the mirror. Like, take a look at where you are and what you're doing there. That's crazy that he'd have the gall to call someone else stupid. Yuck. Yikes. But yeah, that's where the confrontation ends. I don't think he's been live since, but I highly doubt it's because he's like in jail or something. Things would have had to really pop the fuck off for that to happen. Like the police arrive and he starts hitting with the, Glocky so good, and just like airing that shit out on the officers or something. Like I feel like there's no way he actually got severely punished here to the point where he can't go live right now because he's in jail or something. Or like, I think he probably just hasn't been live over the last few days because right now he's kind of soaking up the attention this has got him, maybe. I don't really know. I just don't think it's like a super severe case that's got him behind bars. But maybe it has. Maybe there's a lot more that went on than we have TikTok footage of. Who really knows? But anyway, just wanted to yap about the NPC streaming trend that for some reason still just hasn't been put down. It hasn't been kaput yet. Still going. Yep, that's really about it. So yeah. You remember that huge TikTok NPC trend a few years ago that blew up? Did you know it's still around? There's still a ton of people doing that. I assumed it just kind of fizzled and died, where it was just like this ephemeral, wacky freak shit where people got tired of it after like a month or something. But no, it's still around, kind of in the same way that Concord was in that final week of its life. It's very much hanging on by a thread on life support, but there's like this refusal to pull the plug. So it's even more sad and pathetic now than it was then, when it was like novel and new and weird and zany. Even the queen of NPC streams, the lightning rod that really started it all, is still actively doing it.
Thank you for sharing. And double tapping. That's what's up. Ice cream so good. Take it to ya. Yes, yes, yes. Take it S-Man. Yes, yes, yes. Take it Shantae.
This shit looks miserable. It's a joke that's run its course and it's still just sadly petering along. It's like watching season 28 of Tung 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 Sahur. Like, come on. It's been 3 years, and she's still doing it. And I know she's tried to pivot in a ton of other things, like other social media, career-type endeavors, even got into music, but I guess at the end of the day, bread and butter is the NPC streams, and I'm just going to tell you, she looks miserable there. I'm not trying to Reddit armchair psychoanalyze her, but her eyes look hollow. There is no sparkle, no soul left. She looks like someone who has spent decades in a cubicle working the corporate 9 to 5 and has just lost the joy in life, the whimsy. She literally looks like the Coraline dad meme of him at the computer. Now, of course, she's not alone here. There are still other NPC streamers in the trenches desperately trying their best to cling to that shtick, to suckle the last drop of milk from these dusty tits. And I found a really cool one who got into a public spat with a guy who was just asking him to stop being weird.
Wait.
Go away.
I'll call the police.
Then call police, but go away. Can you go away, please?
Yeah.
Go away.
No,
Go away.
Don't touch
Then
me.
go away. What are you
Don't touch
doing?
me.
What are you doing? Go away. You don't have any problem or what?
I have a problem
Then
with
go.
you
Then
disturbing
go.
People.
Then go. What is your problem, mate?
You.
What's your problem, mate?
You
Go.
doing noises.
Just go. It's my problem. It's not yours.
Stupid noises.
It's my problem. You are a stupid
No,
who stress
you
me
are
right
my
now.
problem.
What? Then go. You don't have any other problems. Yeah, call police. How the heck is that, man? Can you go away, please, now?
This guy does NPC streams, so he was out in public making a ruckus, causing a commotion, I guess, and this guy had enough of it and put his foot down, asking him to stop. He didn't want to stop, so then they had a little back and forth. The guy was threatening to call the police. The NPC streamer was talking about, like, why do you have a problem with this? And he just goes, you're making stupid noises, which, fair enough, checkmate. This guy is making stupid noises. And initially, I kind of thought that was a bit of an overreaction because it doesn't seem like he's blocking the path. He's not playing like obnoxious and loud music from what I can tell. So like, yeah, it's embarrassing and cringe, and you can argue that it could be criminally cringe, but I still don't know if it was worth wasting law enforcement resources to send out a squad to just ask this man to pack up his tripod and do his idle animations elsewhere, like maybe at home. Like, I don't see why they do it in public anyway. Like, it doesn't add anything to it. It is just annoying, but everyone else just walks by him. You can easily just ignore it. But then the video continued and it became abundantly clear this guy ate the goober fruit, and I agree. Get this guy off the streets ASAP. I'd rather have people fucking fint-leaning than having this guy doing his NPC streams in public. Holy fucking Toledo.
No.
Can you? Then stay here. I don't care. You can stay. Madonna, man. All right. That was a crazy one. Let the party begin. Ask me, man. Ask me. Wow. That refreshed Batman. Thanks for sharing around. That's for you, my lady. Beautiful. Ask me, man. Ask me. Oh, good. I'm ready for action. That's for you, my lady. Beautiful. That's for you, my lady. Beautiful.
Stumbling upon a dead body in the public park there would have been less jarring and less disgusting than bearing witness to this tragedy. Dog shit doesn't even begin to cover it. If I was in that position out there, I would have rather I turn that corner and down that path I see my dad cheating on my mom. Like, I would have preferred that than seeing this garbage. Also, there was a very subtle plot twist there. I don't know if you caught it, but it turns out there was another guy posting up there just parking slab that was hidden by the NPC streamer. It's this guy right here in the blue shirt. I don't know if he's like the NPC streamer's security, like his hired muscle, or if he's another concerned citizen about this and also trying to, I think it was like 2 years ago or something like that, I made a video spitting on those degenerate parasites that would go live on TikTok with videos, not actually live streams. They would have pre-recorded videos that they loop that aim to deceive children into giving them money or interacting with the stream, like spam emojis or spam galaxies, or else I'm gonna press this button. It's the boogeyman's cell phone. He's coming right to your house to fuck your mother. Yeah, quick, it's about to be game over. Or even more egregious, they say things like, the first person to donate 5 schmoobles, send me 6 ice creams, is going to get 10 billion V-Bucks, that kind of thing, and it actually works. Not the getting V-Bucks thing, don't get it twisted. The scamming children thing, deceiving them, misleading them into giving you money because they go grab their parents' credit card like, oh my goodness, what a deal, punching in those wacky numbers in there. And they don't realize that it's not actually a live stream. They're not actually going to get anything. What happens is they keep looping it for a while, then they take the stream down, then they start it up again a little bit later to get a whole new batch of suckers. And rinse and repeat. That's something that's been going on TikTok for a long time, but it now has infested YouTube as well, which I knew about, but I haven't yapped about it in a while because I got a very doomer attitude about it, how there's nothing you can do because YouTube isn't cracking down on it, even though it's a clear violation of their policies. But now it finally seems like they are. Jax Films just made a video going over this as well. I highly recommend you check out the whole thing. I'm going to show you bits and pieces of it.
You want to hear the most annoying sound in the world? So what you're looking at are 4 YouTube channels live streaming at the same time, except they're not actually live. Here, pay attention to the second video on the left and see if you can spot anything weird. Guys, 2 more seconds. Oh, just cut! Oh, tell me you saw the cut. That's right. These live streams are actually all looped, pre-recorded videos made to trick children into giving them money.
It really is such a shame that insufferable dweebs like this are no longer getting wedgies. Instead, now they get to just go endlessly scam children on these platforms without repercussions.
Press it right now if you want Robux and send me the laughing disco.
Anyone does a red super chat, you're gonna get 1,000,000 Robux right now, okay, bro?
Now, according to these gentlemen, this is all above board.
Yo, Jack, you need to stop trying to expose us, bro. Leave us alone.
We're not doing anything wrong, bro. We're not doing anything wrong.
It's fucking pathetic how you can actually hear the stupid in people's voices now. Like, there are people that are just observably stupid, and just in that one little brief clip there, I know for a fact that if you put the two of them together, they might not break double-digit IQ. They are just completely rotted. They grew up in this shit, they were molded by it, and they never broke out of it. They are just fucking perpetually stuck with baby brain. It is so sad. Like, I would feel bad for them if they weren't just scamming children. And make no mistake, they're not just harmlessly illiterate. They know what they're doing is wrong. They're just trying to cover their own ass. Now, a lot of them have deleted it and tried to scrub it from their pages, probably out of fear of some kind of consequences, because, like I said in the beginning, it looks like they actually are starting to crack down on this. What they're doing is not only a violation of this platform's terms and policies, it is full-blown illegal. It's fraud. You are fraudulently running these fake giveaways. So like that guy who's saying, the first one to send a red super chat gets 1,000,000 V-Bucks. That is a crime. That is fraud. And contrary to what generic NPC broccoli hair goober straight off the galaxy gas tries to spit out there about how they're doing nothing wrong, they are doing something wrong. And they should be punished for it. Saying shit like, give me this galaxy, which is real money, by the way, and you'll get all these Robux pouring out of every orifice of your body, that kind of thing, and faking these live streams, looping this shit endlessly. That is fraudulent. It's fake giveaways. They don't actually give any of this away. If you do give them money, you don't get anything in return. In fact, you just get flexed on by them.
Guys, we are so sorry, guys.
We all do the crocodile streams.
They actually thought this went hard, by the way. this lame garbage. This only further confirms my theory that there is a government lab out there that's churning out these NPCs as an experiment. They all have the same hairdo. They're basically the exact same copy and paste person here. I'm telling you, there's something fishy. I'm not trying to get conspiratorial, but there's something afoot. They got the damn Manhattan Project going on, shitting out these twerps. Also, why is that Disney Channel extra on the far left of that video half naked? Why does he have his whole chest out rubbing it on the protagonist's chair? What the hell? What in tarnation?
And I noticed he happened to be live at the time. So I checked it out, and this is what it was.
And then I'm gonna click the green call button right now, live on stream, and I'm gonna call 911 right now, chat.
By the way, they never call 911. This is a very common tactic you'll see across a bunch of live streams. And the goal of this is to drive that viewer count up and keep the viewer's attention.
If you're following along with your thinking caps on, paying attention, you will also know that that is not live. It's again just a pre-recorded video. Jax Films shows you the cut. It's blatantly obvious. They're not very good at even making it appear to be live. They don't care because they haven't faced any punishment for it. So it is very sloppy and haphazardly thrown together. So he's got, fucking emo Chucky Finster back there doing moves while pretending to, I'm about to call 911, everyone, I'm about to call 911. So the viewer number's going way up, and then it gets to the next phase of the scam where he tries to squeeze the kids for their lunch money.
I swear, I didn't edit this next part.
Right now, here we go. In 5, 4. Okay, let's choose another person for some Robux, guys. Who in the chat wants Robux right now? Everyone right now.
All of a sudden, we've taken a hard shift into the next phase of this scam, live stream. So first, he claims he'll give you Robux, the in-game currency for the popular video game Roblox. But then he says this.
Whoever is the first person to click the little gift box at the bottom right-hand corner, right there, and send me the laughing disco. Whoever is the first person to do that, I'm gonna pick you, and you're gonna be next.
You can send them little gifts that cost real-world money. And this laughing disco ball costs just south of $5.
This isn't just some free emoji, like you can put a fist bump in there or anything like that. It does cost just shy of 5 clams. So, if you send him about 5 clams, you get free Robux. That's right, this Whippets addict is gonna send you Robux. How cool is that?
So Joxy is saying that whoever sends him this disco ball thing will in return receive Robux. And look, it's working. These people in the live chat both sent him laughing discos. But then he says this.
Okay, skinny Gordra.
Oh my god, he's such a bumbling, drooling idiot that it is painful. His illiteracy is making me sick. In his own scam, he couldn't even choose a name that he can pronounce, that he can read. He couldn't even fucking say the name in his own scam. And again, this isn't live either. This is looping. He doesn't ever send the Robux to anyone. So those 2 people that sent him the money, they get nothing. They fell victim to his scam.
Then I kept watching.
Guys, hurry up. Tell me your username in the chat right now. Okay, let's choose another person for some Robux.
Uh-oh.
Whoever is the first person to click the little gift box at the bottom right-hand corner, right there, and send me the laughing disco. Whoever is the first person to do that, I'm gonna pick you, and you're gonna be next. You're gonna be next. Okay, skinny Gordra.
Somehow it's always that dastardly skinny Gordra, as he calls them, that keeps winning the Robux. How is he so quick with that emoji? How does he keep getting away with it?
Okay, you're getting Robux, skinny Gordra.
That's right. This loops over and over again. This live stream isn't live at all, but an edited loop meant to trick viewers with this false sense of urgency. Like, hurry, hurry, hurry. And as you can see, it kind of works. $10 here, $20 there. And he does this over and over and over again, multiple times a day, every day.
And wouldn't you know it, somehow, Skinny keeps winning. It's always that damn Skinny Gordra. How does he always win?
Oh, look, this one's live right now. Oh my God, it's the exact same scam we just saw on Joxy's channel. Quite literally the same video.
Whoever is the first person to click the little gift box at the bottom right hand corner.
And it's not just on this one douchebag's channel, they do this across many. It's an entire network. So that same Joxy video is played on an entirely separate channel, the exact same video, again, trying to farm, trying to mislead children into tuning into the stream and then try and get them to like panic send money to try and win the Robux. But it's all just the same looped video. It's a fake live stream that is just, by every possible definition, a scam. And it should be treated as a serious one because they have made a sizable chunk of change from this. Like, even just during Jack's Films' following of these channels, they made a lot of money that he was able to watch unfold in front of them because it posts a message in the chat when someone does send them the money. And this isn't a donation, by the way. I know that's how they're going to try and loophole it, but it's not a donation because they are outright telling their viewers, if you send us this emoji, this is money, by the way, if you send us this money, you will get this item in return, whether it's Robux or V-Bucks. So they are paying you for that. I think that's how it should be treated. Of course, I'm not a fucking lawyer. I didn't pass the bar. But to me, that no longer constitutes a donation. They are giving you money under the pretense that you are giving them an item in return for that. So, in my little Neanderthal noodle here, to me, that is now wiping your whole bussy with the idea of it being a donation. It is now a transaction for an item that you are not delivering, that you never intended to deliver. Thus, fraud. Is this even a real card? I haven't even seen this in the set. What is this one? I haven't even seen this poster. There's no way on pack 1. Come on now. Come on now. What do you got for me? Bang! Wow, a Quentin Tarantino card. Very cool foot fetish hobbit. Feasting hobbit. Devour food 3. What a cool keyword. Photo. Ooh! Nice. Battle of Bywater. Surge foil. Elrond. Oh my god! Mount Doom! Oh, it's not foil though. Fuck. Bro, I'm already cooking. Are all of the special edition boxes like this? Do they all have just a ton of poster cards? Like, is that just how it goes? This card, even not foil, 180 clams, bro. Holy Toledo. The Shire. Arboreal Alliance. Ooh, Surge, King of Oathbreakers, and... Oh! Yavimaya? Oh, there's something else there, too. Oh, there's nothing. That's a good card, actually. That's a really good card. I shouldn't say nothing. Whenever another creature enters, gain a life. Actual just banger card. I think the Surge Yavimaya is also a juicer. I'm pretty sure it is. Oh my god! $365 for the Surge Foil Yavimaya? What? We are going ballistic in here. The fuck is this thing? I've never seen this card in all of the boxes I've opened. They got Treebeard in here? Why does he look so goofy? Take a look at that guy. He looks like the Globgo Glabgla. Can you see him? It's not focusing super well. There it goes. Actually looks like the fucking Schmibble Gibble 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 Gib. Surge Elven Chorus. And... Bro, what? Another poster. It's the same one I got, but this time non-foil. That's kind of cringe. That's actually kind of cringe they did that to me. That's... You hate to see that. Surge Foil Shag Rat Loot Bearer. Not exactly the Surge Foil you want to see there. Oh, right into a Faramir. Yikes. Ah! And it's just that easy. And it's just that easy. Yep. Yep. Last March of the Ints. Non-foil, by the way, is $150. I'm waiting for foil to load. Foil, 235. 235 clams for the last March of the Ints. I'm pretty sure I pulled the non-foil in one of the first boxes of these I opened. Ooh, Saruman. Rise of the Witch King. Yeah, we got some good commons and uncommons in here. A Nazgul! How much is just a normal Nazgul? Oh my god, near mint non-foil is $60. Foil? Bro, foil is $123 for the 727 Nazgul? That is not bad. Okay, no more Courageous Resolve, please. Lotho is definitely nothing. And then a Frodo. Oh, no, 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 no. I have 3 of this poster. Oh my god, I have 3 Hugh the Entwood. Actual worst poster in the set, I have 3 of it. Stop. Please. It's a $15 card, or $14 card, so I mean, it's not bad. I thought that was serialized for a second. Okay. Finally, a juicer. Okay. Bro, I really thought that was serialized. Maybe it is. Let me take a closer inspection. Yeah, upon closer inspection, I'm not seeing X out of 100. Not serialized. But finally, a new poster foil. And it's a really good one. It is... That can't be right. Hold on. Wow. No, it is $300. I thought it was like $150. Wow, the Palantir. 300 clams. Rangers, we looked that up last time. It was like $5 or something, if I remember right. Okay, I'm not even going to make any predictions here. Just surprise me. There's no way. There's no way. There is no way I've just pulled my fourth poster Hugh the Entwood. My 4th Hugh the Entwood poster. Or is it 3rd? 3rd or 4th? I can't remember. I have 2 poster foil Hugh the Entwoods now. And then I think I have 2 non-foil. That is tragic. That is my least favorite card in Magic the Gathering history. I want it to be known. And you couldn't even do me the kindness of at least being serialized or something. At least that would have been fitting. Oh, wow. I am deflated. I am very, very sad now. Holy. You cannot pass. You cannot escape Hugh the Entwood. Wow. Thank you, Bill the Pony. It's good to see you. I actually... Yeah, that made up for it. Yeah, I made up for it.
Standards of conduct and ethics.
It has changed who we are, but I think that we'll see more normal days ahead.
So eBay squeaked out an apology here for all of this happening, talking about how reprehensible it was, which it is, no doubt, and then like the improved training that the employees are going to go through here, like some Men in Black type shit. I mean, I don't think training would have stopped this. Like, it's not like they didn't know they couldn't do this. Like, these are serious crimes. I mean, I guess you can make a strong mention of that during boot camp at eBay, where you're like, the number one thing you can't do is stalk and harass. All right, don't do it. Like, I guess you could do that, but it also just doesn't need to be said. It's not like they thought that they were in the clear as though this was like a completely normal thing to be doing. Obviously, they knew that. They just didn't care. For some reason, they just hated this couple for them talking about eBay in a less than kind manner. So decided to just throw caution to the wind, go off book here, and just break bad. Which is some top tier cuckery here. To go this hard for a company that you don't even own, you just work at, that you're willing to put your freedom on the line to defend the honor of, is... I can't even fathom that thought process, because I bet everyone here in this group, this syndicate, the eBay Illuminati here, I bet every single one of them wouldn't care this much if it was their spouse being insulted. Like, I bet if you had walked up and spit on their spouse, they wouldn't have cared this much to go this hard against you. But for some reason, for the corporation that they're at, they decided that they were willing to risk it all just to punish someone for speaking negatively about eBay. Fucking weird. So weird to me. So here's the settlement in its totality. It's a $46.1 million payment from eBay, $2 million from Weenie $500K from eBay's former senior vice president of operations, and $50K from eBay's former chief communications officer. The company and Weenie also agreed to donate to various nonprofits. So, the Steiners are getting a pretty penny from this, as they should. I think they are more than entitled to this kind of settlement from a corporation like eBay for the shit that they went through. And now, you're probably asking yourself, who is Weenie? Well, Weenie happens to be the former CEO, Devin Weenie. Communications revealed in a 2024 criminal complaint brought by federal prosecutors showed senior eBay executives exchanging messages about Ina Steiner, including one from Devin himself, the big wiener, saying to take her down. So it looked like he was even aware of this and didn't just turn a blind eye, even seemingly encouraged it. So he ended up getting on the hook here. He didn't face like a direct lawsuit per se, but he was ordered to also pay out from this settlement. But according to him, with his statement to the Boston Globe, the harassment was deliberately done in secret without his knowledge, which is odd because in that 2024 complaint, he apparently was referencing Steiner with other executives saying, take her down. Doesn't seem like it was really done in secret without your knowledge. It seems like you were aware of it and kind of even on board with it is the impression I get from that statement. That's a little peculiar. I don't think you were being totally honest there, Mr. Weenie. But he maintains that take her down isn't what you think it is. According to evidence from prosecutors, Winnie told his... Winnie's kind of cool, too. I'm just never going to get this guy's name right. Fuck him. It's not even worth it. Told his communications chief to take her down, which he continues to assert referred to a common PR takedown, while the comms executive told eBay former security team lead to do whatever it takes to silence her. Very messy, very sloppy stuff going on here at eBay. Like, again, this is a pair of journalists here, a couple, that are being targeted by, like, high-ranking members of eBay, like, on a personal level, to the point where they were actually going to go put a GPS tracking device on their vehicles just because they spoke negatively about eBay online. That's fucking unhinged, man. That's terrifying. Anyway, I'm happy that the Steiners will be getting a huge payday from this, or at least seemingly will be getting a huge payday from this. They absolutely deserve it for the shit they went through here. I still just can't believe this is real. I am actually still stunned. So, yeah, I had to yap about it. That's really about it. So, yeah.
To go and make what looked like real bets.
Polymarket out here scamming like it's RuneScape circa 2007. Actually, it's so old-fashioned. So they have the fake Polymarket website, and CoffeeZilla puts them side by side. Polymarket spelled properly and Polymarket with a capital I. It is identical. It is never something that you would be able to sniff out with just the old eyeball test. So what they did is they set up this fake website for creators to place these bets on that aren't real bets in order to mislead people seeing these kind of winnings and these crazy long shots that they're making oodles of clams off of in order to get people to the real Polymarket and just start fucking forking over the cash and betting on whatever they happen to find, whatever degenerate shit's popping off at that time. It's evil. It's downright sinister because the goal here is very clear. They're targeting college-age individuals who maybe are financially struggling. They see this and they start to, get enticed to go check out Polymarket because they're seeing these big winnings, these big bets on Polymarket for some of these wacky things that seem almost like a guarantee that you're going to make money off of. So you just got to find the right one. It's like a cheat code, an infinite money glitch. You guys got to get over there while it's nice and early. And then that's how they hook you. That's how they sink their fangs into you. They prey on people that find these advertisements, believe that they're legitimate because Polymarket is presenting them as such.
Yeah, there was 118 bets that appeared like the person won in the video, and more than half of those would have lost in real life. And if you look at the amount that people were supposed to win, one that was paid out, if you replicated all of those trades, you would have lost $166,000.
It's just fraudulent. I don't know how they can possibly get around that. It is just a complete misleading, fraudulent advertisement that is being paraded around as though it were genuine. As she states, if you followed those bets, you would be out over $160,000. Also, the ones that appear to win actually would have lost in real life had those bets been placed on the actual Polymarket site. And again, none of this is disclosed to the audience that it's like make-believe or fake. It is presented as though it is real and they are actually winning all this money to get people to go to Polymarket to try and do these get-rich-quick bets on Polymarket. Look at all this money you can make. Look at how I'm doing it. Just had to wait for Trump to say McDonald's or, that kind of thing. It's so fucked up, and it's not surprising. It's a prediction market. So of course they're going to engage in the lowest of the low tactics to get people hooked on their drug. But I feel like this shouldn't be legal. Like, I feel like it's not. I feel like it is just point blank illegal. There's probably already plenty of legislation around this being a not only frowned upon practice, but one that would have people thrown in jail for doing it. Like, it is just lying to get people to their product. And we've seen in the past plenty of companies have very big problems with fake advertisements and lying to the consumer. But prediction markets get a pass because they're existing in that really weird gray area now where all of a sudden there's gray area around something like prediction markets. It's so fucking degenerate.
Of advertising. Now maybe you're thinking, look, hey, Steven, get real. This is what casinos do. And that's exactly the point. For a long time, for years now, the playbook of this industry, prediction markets, has been they're not casinos. They are event contracts. They're not gambling. They're hedging economic exposure. It's not a parlay. It's a combo, right? They have all these euphemisms for everything. But it turns out when you actually look under the hood, like they're doing all the same things, including, by the way, the marketing playbook.
Hearing CoffeeZilla describe how prediction markets kind of rebrand themselves, it's so cringe, man, because nobody believes it. Like, there is not a single soul out there that earnestly believes any of this kind of hoopla that prediction markets try and shove down your throat and put their fist up their ass like, oh no, we're not casinos, that kind of thing, and use all these different, much nicer words for it in terms, it's a combo, we parlay, never heard of it, par who, parfait, not us, that kind of shit. Like, it is just gambling. It is. No matter how you spin it, prediction markets are just gambling. But it's become so highly normalized and people are just super hooked on the product that they're willing to just, tongue-in-cheek about it. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not a casino. And now, even the biggest companies in this country are also like, oh, it's not a casino. In fact, we're going to partner with them. Yeah, us here at CNN, we actually love this kind of shit. We love prediction markets. This is like a really good thing, actually.
Which, yes, has been fake bet slips, fake influencer winnings, influencers pretending, they're making all this money. And then on the most dastardly side, even the platforms themselves getting involved with the deception, which appears to be what the Wall Street Journal is alleging here. Polymarket setting up this poi market itself.
Yeah, in my opinion, I feel like it's a really tough sell to feign ignorance here. We had no idea about these fake bets on this fake poi market website. No, we would never give our stamp of approval to something like that. We would never have a hand in it. Yeah, we profit from it greatly, but that goes against everything we stand for at Polymarket, and we are really all about good values over here as a company. Like, I just don't see that happening. They, I imagine, will put up quite a big stink about it because I imagine legally they have to. I would love to meet the guy who pitched them on the Poi Market, the capital I Polymarket website, because I know that guy is a RuneScape veteran. I just fucking know you are right there. He probably convinced everyone in the office to let him trim their rune armor for him as well. But yeah, I personally feel like there is no universe where Polymarket was just oblivious to this. They had no idea what was going on in these huge marketing campaigns using a fake Polymarket website. That feels like they had to be directly involved in it.
Now, maybe you're wondering, well, did they really know? They actually made a statement saying, quote, they're committed to maintaining accurate, fair, and transparent markets. We are part of a rapidly growing industry and constantly evaluating ways to improve how we're engaging and earning the trust of our audience. The company says it plans to conduct a comprehensive audit of active promotional content. Guys, they're going to investigate themselves.
Those historically have a great track record. Those usually go well and result in unbiased, thorough investigation, so I'm excited to see their findings. This shit is like that SpongeBob episode with the maniac on the loose. What do you mean someone set up a fake Polymarket website for these advertising campaigns that we've profited greatly from? Who did that? Who out there did that? It might have been that fucking 4chan or something. Some dastardly ne'er-do-wells framing the good Polymarket. We'll get to the bottom of it, don't you worry.
But now's where we turn to the Politico story.
I'm Maya Kaufman. I'm a reporter for Politico, and I wrote about how paid influencers are hyping Polymarket's odds.
This was, once again, about a lot of undisclosed promotions. This time, instead of college students, it was a lot of like progressive and conservative commentators that they caught on the take, many times undisclosed promotions. But what's worse about this one is who's doing the paying. It turns out it's the company's chief marketing officer, Matthew Madaber, who used a personal PayPal account to send money to content creators.
Good heavens, the conspiracy goes deeper than I thought. This good man's been framed. Someone clearly hacked into Matthew McDougalheim, whatever the fuck his name was, his PayPal account. It's been compromised by some hacker, and they're paying these influencers. I can't wait for the Polymarket investigation here. We've got to get to the bottom of this. We really do.
We found that he was using a personal PayPal account to send money to all kinds of influencers, and we were able to verify the identities of about 24 influencers who all combined were receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars of payments from this PayPal.
Not disclosed. Like many of these people's, their audiences had no idea.
Probably not malicious. It must have just slipped their mind, that old pesky disclosing paid advertisement thing that is a law that you have to follow, a protocol that you can't avoid, unless, of course, you happen to be a prediction market, it seems. But yeah, so I feel like this is a crime, should be treated as a crime, and they should be seriously punished for it. They have taken a lot of money from a lot of people over the course of however many months they've been running this scam.
If we click the little bio here, it says, this channel is owned by Joxy's management team. Joxy does not have access to the channel. Weird. It kind of reads like a disclaimer meant to distance the personality from the channel.
Man, you know what? I take it all back. These guys are slick. That was very smooth. Maybe they passed the bar. Wow, the way they were able to weasel themselves out of the accountability here. They don't own the channel. You can't hold Joxy responsible. He only makes all of the money from it. But he doesn't log in. This mystery person, the elusive man, logs in there. Fucking Slender Man is the one that actually controls the channel. They're the ones that are nefariously looping these pre-recorded videos that Joxy and all of his douchebag stupid associates make money on.
Well, let's take a look at his most recent video titled, We're So Sorry.
Hi guys.
We're so sorry.
We are so guys, we all do the crocodile streams. Guys, I'm gonna be honest. We might not be truthful with you guys.
Charming.
There are few things as cringe as people trying this hard. They are really doing all they can to look like they just don't care. They're just above it all. You guys are actually beneath us. We don't care. And Jiminy Christmas, someone needs to have an intervention with the pinstripe wearing wiffle ball superstar over there that is going plus ultra on the tryhard. He is biting his lower lip while flexing. The insecurity is so potent I can smell it through the computer screen. This is a DEFCON red alert insecure fucking meatball here. He is unironically doing the beach is that way. Beach is that way. Oh, no. I went back and watched it again, and I only just now noticed he doesn't even have a watch on. The others are flexing like some Temu drop-shipped whatever garbage, fucking whatever they got from Wish.com. He doesn't even have that much. He is actually just there with his shirt wide open and trying all that he can to strike muscle poses here. I guess you didn't get the memo. This was supposed to be like a fake I'm sorry, and he's treating it like he's doing a photo shoot for Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition or some shit. He's just constantly posing. Somehow, in this group of pathetic losers, he found a way to be the most cringe amongst all of them.
Predictably, Joxy's stream on the right eventually turned into the Robux grift. But what was really funny was when Bacon's stream did the exact same thing. And I was able to record my reaction live.
Choose you to be next. Okay, let's distribute this, guys. Someone in the chat.
Chat, who wants some Robux, guys?
Yes. Yes. Holy shit. 2 scams. Don't worry, I checked. This footage also loops.
Unsurprisingly, this whole stalling thing to try and get a bunch of viewers in there while looping a stall video that never actually finishes whatever they say they're going to do, like with the crocodile tooth and the 911, usually transitions into them doing the Joxy thing, which is, okay, now we need money. So now give me money and you'll get Robux, V-Bucks, whatever. So in that one, Bacon, Buttfuck, whatever it is, I already forgot the guy's name, but his does the exact same thing. So clearly the goal is deceive a bunch of children, get them hooked on like, oh, he's gonna press the crocodile tooth, wow, and then it goes into, okay, now quickly you gotta give me money so you can earn some V-Bucks and Robux, that kind of thing. And it works. They are apparently making actual money from this. In Jack's Films video, if you watch the whole thing, which again I highly recommend you do, you can see a lot of people fall victim to it throughout the course of his video. They are giving them money for it.
Oh, they're doing it at the same time. I love it. Laughing disco, laughing disco. Give us laughing disco, and then we'll give you Robux.
Yo, Jack, you need to stop trying to expose us, bro. Leave us alone.
We're not doing anything wrong, bro. We're not doing anything wrong.
Oh, really?
What are you doing, bro? Come on. You gotta stop.
Quick. Everybody join the stream and say go.
Solid defense, fellas, but I don't think that will hold up in a court of law. Dude, that's so cool.
Oh shit, goofball got him. He rubbed his nipples at him while shirtless. He dunked on Jack there. This kind of behavior is actually baffling to me. Not the fact that they're all douchebags, that's very commonplace, especially with that hairstyle. It's the fact that they keep trying to look cool. And they believe that looking cool is being shirtless at all times. So like this guy standing up shirtless, rubbing his nipples at Jack. That is so embarrassing. Why are you doing that? Especially when you have a body that's built like a bag of milk. It looks like someone tried to draw Hank Hill's torso outline. There's not even the idea of muscle to be found on this guy's upper body. So why are you trying to like flex on him with a nipple rub? Like, what is that, man? I'll stop yapping about it. Again, I recommend going to watch Jack's full coverage of it. They've deleted most of this. They've tried to scrub its existence so that way they can avoid being punished for it, I think, since there has been somewhat of a crackdown on it. But there are still plenty of re-uploads and plenty of evidence to their wrongdoing here. Again, it is a scam. It should be treated as such. I believe there needs to be serious punishment. There needs to be a precedent set. Otherwise, just like all those degenerate pranks, it's going to continue to spiral out of control. More and more people are going to be doing this kind of thing, scamming through these fake live streams, and this shit just super sucks. Anyway, wanted to talk about this. That's about it. See ya. I have what is officially known as an addiction problem. While I haven't been professionally diagnosed, I think all of the symptoms and signs are abundantly clear. But I just disagree with that nomenclature. I don't subscribe to the idea that it's an addiction problem. I prefer to call it an addiction blessing. And as you can probably tell, this old Florida homunculus ain't looking to change it. You see, on the totem pole of addictions, you have your standard ones everyone's familiar with. You've got alcohol, porn, drugs. But what a lot of people don't mention is at the very top, sitting on the throne above all the others, is an addiction far more insidious and, let's be honest, far more embarrassing. Trading card addiction. And that's what I have. You see, as I've always said, drugs are temporary. Shiny cardboard is forever. And many of you might recall 6 years ago, I was lost in the whirlwind of this addiction. It had me by the nipples and it was clamped on, fucking titty twisting them. Couldn't stop myself from buying more boxes to open constantly. Thanos, with all the Infinity Stones, couldn't stop me from buying more boxes of cards to open, specifically like Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon. And also, people got the timeline super twisted, just super fucked up, because I started ripping boxes on stream all the way back in August of 2020. I started doing it in July of 2020, but those streams are lost to the ether. but there are still a few surviving streams of me ripping Yu-Gi-Oh! On stream in August. Logan Paul, when he blew up the TCG space with his Pokemon video, was a couple months later. I had already ripped 1,000 boxes by the time Logan Paul even learned how to spell Pokemon. So it wasn't Logan Paul's LARPing adventure that he started up that got me back into opening cards. I've been cracking these sarcophagus full of treasure since like 2016. I was buying Pokemon and Magic the Gathering to open. Then I took a break, came back in 2020, did it again. And then I finished the collections I set out to achieve, which in Pokemon was every first ed card as well as gold stars, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Was Starlights, Ghost Rares, and some really meaningful vintage Ultra Rares and such, all first ed. I finished my collection. I beat the addiction. I gave it the smackdown. And for 4 years, I was clean. I was sober. And then I made a big mistake. So many of you have noticed, I have been shitting on scalpers relentlessly for like the last 6 months because the hobby has completely gone to the birds. It has spiraled down the shitter. It is just disgusting. It is degenerate. People are fighting and fucking over Pokemon cards every single day, scamming each other. There was even a murder over Pokemon cards because they wanted to steal their collection. It is a disgusting environment that the hobby has become. And as I've been making these videos, I decided, you know what? I never learned how to play this card game. I never learned how to play Pokemon TCG. I only ever collected it. And I'm a big TCG guy. I have a whole channel dedicated to like Magic the Gathering, and I have like hundreds of videos on Yu-Gi-Oh! Across multiple channels. So I wanted to learn this one. Maybe it's a fun card game, and I feel like I owe it to Pokemon to at least learn how to play the TCG. So I did. A little over a month ago, I learned how to play Pokemon. That was a big mistake, man. Because the card game is actually super fun. So I learned on TCG Live, and then I thought to myself, okay, let's make some decks. Let's make these in real life. Because like in One Piece, for example, in the One Piece card game, I actually went to tournaments and competed. I had a great time doing so. I love card games, and the Pokemon TCG was actually a lot of fun. So I wanted to make the decks in the real world, physical. But I didn't want to just buy the singles. I thought, what's the harm in getting some boxes to open and pull the cards myself? Plus, in doing so, you get the code cards, which I know basically everyone who opens Pokemon boxes just throws that right in the trash. But they have a legitimate use, which is on TCG Live, where you scan them, and then you get packs in the game. It's like the only way to do so. So I've been keeping like all the code cards and stuff to build my decks in-game and in real life. And that opened up a big can of worms, because now I haven't been able to stop myself from buying boxes of Magic the Gathering and Pokemon specifically, because now I'm doing the same for Magic, where, well, I want to build myself a really cool Commander deck, and I love the Lord of the Rings set, so I've been buying a fucking ton of Lord of the Rings boxes, and now on the Skill Check channel, I have been opening so much sealed Magic and Pokemon. Bro, I even went to a fucking card show a week ago because we had some friends in town and they're big Pokemon fans. So they wanted to go to a card show, and I was like, that sounds fun. So we went to a card show. I bought so much sealed Pokemon to open on the channel, and it was such a good time, and now I just can't stop opening cards again. So the addiction is fully in place again. And I don't regret it. I have been having such a good fucking time with it. Now, I still refuse to engage with scalpers, so I don't pay scalper prices or anything like that. And I think there's been a big confusion and misconception on what scalping even is. Scalpers aren't someone that like has a Lord of the Rings box that they got back when the set launched and they've just held it for all this time as it's appreciated in value. That's not scalping. Scalpers are those worms, this fucking fungus that goes around to get as much of the new product as they can, whether it's through botting at MSRP when the like Sam's Club does an MSRP launch, or going to Pokemon vending machines and exchanging knuckle sandwiches, but they get new product and immediately try and turn it around for a huge markup, because now it is more scarce because all the scalpers have flocked to it, so now normal people can't find it at MSRP, so the scalpers try and take advantage of that by making it a huge markup for a quick profit. Scalping is not someone that has like a case of fucking Pokemon Forbidden Light that they got in 2018, and now all of a sudden they decide to try and sell it while it's much higher now than it was in 2018. That's not what scalping is. Scalping is when they hit this product and immediately try and turn it around for a huge markup for a quick profit to capitalize off this new scarcity that's been introduced into this market. So they are constantly trying to just flip it immediately for a profit off of the big hype train around this product. But anyway, I just couldn't resist talking about my addiction popping off again, because I've been opening boxes like every day now on the Skill Check channel. So if you ever want to see like a bunch of card openings for Magic and Pokemon, I've been doing that shit over there daily. I wanted to show you like a little montage of some of the wackier pulls. These aren't even like the best pulls I've gotten so far, but these are just some of the really fun moments from some of the openings I've been doing with Magic Lord of the Rings Special Edition boxes, as well as the Pokemon Convention Haul. Riders of the Mark, Sealder's Fate, Surge Foil, Peregrine. This can't. No. What? Is. Okay. Can't be that mad anymore. Cannot be that mad anymore. It's not foil, though, which is a shame. If it was foil, it's $1,000. Non-foil is $270. Wow. Wow. That's hot. That is hot. Man, if that was just foil. Still looks beautiful. That shit is precious, man. Just wasn't foil, which hurts me a little bit. Here, I'll set it up like that. That looks cool. Okay. Wow. 270. Our first One Ring hit. Gloin, we know he's like $1. I remember him from last time. Oh my god. Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth. I know Dead Marshes is big. And it's Surge. And it's Surge. I know that this is huge. Yeah. Holy fuck. 365 clams. Holy Toledo, bro. We are starting to cook. Oh, also, that's the end of the pack, by the way. I don't know why I set those off to the side. We are really starting to scale into the late game. Rohirrim Chargers, Born Upon a Wind Surge, already had that. Gimli, and... Why? Bro, what? So here's what I've noticed. These two travel together. I constantly hit these two in the same box. Hugh the Entwood and Treebeard are legitimately always paired together. I've had enough of it. So Born Upon a Wind Surge is $10. That is not bad. But what I'm looking for is this poster behind it. So one thing I've noticed is that when I have an uncommon in this slot with one more slot behind it, it means it's a poster. So I just need this to be serialized. And we can all smile. We can all smile ear to ear. Holy fuck, I actually thought I hit serialized. Oh my god. That's still, okay, it's still a really good poster. I really thought it was serialized. Wow, wait, this is a... Whoa, this is... Whoa! I thought this was like $100. This is $350. Poster foil? $350. I genuinely thought we just hit serialized off rip. Still very, 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 very good. Still very, 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 very good. Let me get a sleeve on that puppy. I'm happy. That gives me a slight smile. Not big time cheesing, but smiling. We got the Aragorn. Wait, we looked this one up last time. It actually wasn't that huge, I don't think. Oh, there's the Lotho! Hey, when I said this guy's definitely nothing. He is something. He's pretty good. Definitely not bad. Oh, wait. We're going back to back on posters. I think this one has to be non-foil as well, I'm pretty sure. Nope, it's foil. It's Gandalf. I thought, I'm not gonna lie, I thought for a second right here was serialized. Ah, that's nice though. That's big. That's big. That's one of the better ones. Oh, that's nice. Having a hard time typing. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, this one's chunky. This one is very chunky. Oh my god, bro. Near mint foil for Gandalf is 514, excuse me. 514 for the Gandalf the White poster foil. This is our juiciest box yet. Somehow we keep getting juicier boxes, bro. We keep getting juicier boxes. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Bro, never mind. We're early game comp. Another Tommy Bommy poster foil, bro. We're cooking. We're kind of cooking. It is unfortunate because I've already pulled this card before. Holy though. Wait, the price on it's gone astronomically up since the last time I hit this. It's $440 now? It's $1. I shouldn't have looked. We've hit this 1,000 times. We've hit this 1,000 times. We've hit this 1,000 Oh! New poster. Witch King. We got the Witch King. Not foil though. Fuck my tight little pussy ass, dude. This could have been huge. Still a great one. Would have loved if this was serialized or foil. But even non-foil, $300. Oh, $40 for this version. Oh, that's kind of surprising. I thought it would still be like a ton like the other. I was not expecting another poster. We have hit this one before, but I don't think it was foil last time. Watcher in the Water foil, $80. I think. Let me double check. No. Watcher in the Water foil, $172. I don't know why I thought it was 80. It looked like it said 80, but that one was just normal. Wow. We are cooking.
I'm kind of feeling this one.
All right. I'm excited.
Kind of feeling this one. Energy. Okay, so I think it's 3.
3?
Yeah, I think so. So what? Geodude?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Oh my fucking!
That's actually unbelievable. That's actually unbelievable. That's unbelievable.
Oh my god!
Way.
Oh my god! What I say?
You actually fucking said it. You actually fucking said it.
Oh my god!
Oh my.
All right. What are we looking at? What are we looking at?
Come on. Come on.
Look, they're beautiful cards.
They're
It's
great
fine, but
cards.
How do you?
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
What the fuck?
Oh my god!
150 on that.
All right, it's not quite as good, but man, it's beautiful.
What the
Beautiful.
fuck, bro?
In my bones, man.
Dude, that's sick.
Oh, that's.
God damn you, Kyle! What the fuck, bro? All right.
Okay.
Please,
I'll try.
please. 3 for 4. 3 for 4.
3 for 4. Come on.
Oh, wait. I think I see something.
Oh my god, do it.
I think I see something.
Do it.
Oh,
Okay, that's not bad. No, that's still not bad.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
I think
I thought it was. I was. Oh.
It's
Oh!
Yes.
Wait!
It's still good. It's still
That's
good.
not bad.
Oh, it's just like what it could have been.
Yeah, the near mint is still $80.
Dude, you
Okay.
just cooked
W.
so
W.
hard on those packs.
3 out of 4 with juice. That's
Dude.
crazy. Good idea.
I need to end the draw spell here.
Come on.
Kyle, we need you now, brother.
Come on.
We need you now.
Change the winds, man.
Bring that down a little bit.
Oh my
Bring
god.
it down. Bring it down. Bring it down.
I see something.
Hit my
Oh
mic.
my
Oh my
god!
Oh my god.
Dude, that's fucking
There is
crazy.
no way.
Dude.
No fucking there is no way.
I wish it was. I wish it was a different one, but that is a beautiful hit.
No, you take them.
We take those.
Oh my
They're
god.
juiced. They are so juiced.
And Chansey. Oh boy, guys.
Show no fear. Show no fear.
I think I've been had. They've played me like a fiddle.
Unless obviously nothing yet.
Unless.
Unless.
Wait, playing with a reef blower.
Let's just have a little bit of.
Oh, nice and slow. Nice and then fast.
Oh.
We pick up the speed.
Oh, wait, Jesus. I went too fast. I went too fast. I don't know what happened.
Dude, you got the Blastoise. Dude,
Listen, I couldn't. I told you it was talking to me. It was talking to me.
That was a good technique.
Not nothing.
Oh, get in there. Come on,
Get in there.
boss. I've not done well with the 151 yet. Yet.
Oh! Oh my god!
No way.
Oh my god!
Let's go!
No, he did it!
I looked away for 1 second. That's all it took.
Oh my god! It's
Hey, man.
Wow, so I only just now learned about this massive stalking and harassment case that eBay just lost and got biblically spanked on. Now they have to settle to the tune of about $56 million to the victims, an elderly couple, and also some of that going to charity. I can't believe this is real. So, it all stems from this couple having a newsletter where they were occasionally pretty harsh on eBay. They weren't the biggest fans. They'd say, boo, eBay, stinky, that kind of thing. And eBay was so offended, so upset, that some of the higher-ups at eBay, 7 to be exact, made it a personal mission to terrorize this couple through a coordinated effort of stalking and harassment, sending them, really weird things about, surviving the death of a spouse, these veiled threats, as well as even trying to ship a pig fetus to them, and they even had plans in motion to go to their house physically and plant GPS tracking devices on their vehicles to follow them at all times. Again, all of this just stemming from them criticizing eBay occasionally on their site, and now these fucking psychopaths are going insano style, scorched earth, trying to terrorize them. I wouldn't be surprised if they also had plans blueprints to unleash the T-virus in their household to punish them for daring besmirch the good name of eBay.
This morning, eBay has agreed to pay nearly $56 million to a Massachusetts couple after several former eBay employees targeted and harassed them with bizarre and gruesome deliveries.
So much anguish, so much conflict.
This bloody pig Halloween mask was just one of the items that Ina and David Steiner received at their home, along with a funeral wreath and live cockroaches and spiders.
We don't think that anybody should be stalked and harassed.
Yeah, you know what? I can get behind that take right there. I'll pump my fist to that. I agree. This is fucking unhinged. I cannot believe they even saw their site where there was even criticism on eBay. They must have went out of their way to find that and then started steaming and plotting this. And this wasn't a long time ago. It's 7 years that they've been in this case, battling this. This happened back starting in 2019. eBay was a multi-billion-dollar company then, and it is now. And somehow these former employees now saw this and just went hog wild, ballistic about it. Are you telling me that's some companies normally see these kind of things? Is there a chance if I leave a negative review on Kellogg's cereal that they're gonna sink the Pinkertons on me, they're gonna come case my house or some shit for it? It's just so weird. I really cannot believe how far they went, all just because they were criticizing eBay in their newsletter.
Because they are speaking out online.
The Steiners run an online newsletter that was often critical of eBay. Back in 2020, 7 eBay employees were charged with harassment, including an alleged plan to hide a GPS tracker on the Steiners' car. Most of the defendants pleaded guilty. Some were sentenced to prison.
It was difficult and it was painful.
It's actually kind of refreshing to see just how hard they went on these eBay ghouls that orchestrated this stalking and harassment campaign. They brought out the giant fist here. So this was from 2024 when the final one got their sentencing, Brian Gilbert. So he got time served and 1 year supervised released. But Jim God, this fucking worm was formerly the senior director of safety and security. He received a 57-month prison sentence. So he's going to spend roughly 5 years in jail for this. And the slammer, their senior safety and security guy, by the way, happens to be one of the most dangerous members of this group here, the fucking goof troop here. Every villain is Lemons. So he got the longest sentence by far. but others also received prison time as well, such as David Harville, former director of Global Resiliency. I guess he wasn't very resilient himself. He couldn't handle some less than savory words about the company he works at. That guy couldn't fucking rebound from that. Instead, he just devolved into goblin mode here and will be served 24 months in prison. Stephanie Pop, former senior manager of global intelligence, more like lack of intelligence for this fucking garbage, 12 months in prison. Philip Cook, former senior manager of security operations, 18 months in prison and 12 months of home confinement. Stephanie Stockwell, former manager of global intelligence. Man, the global intelligence squad here didn't bring their best. eBay was definitely lacking in that department there. They had the fucking single-digit IQ squad showing up for work there. They got 2 members. Was sentenced to 1 year home confinement. And Veronica Zea, a contract intelligence analyst, sentenced to 1 year home confinement. These are pretty high up positions at the company, so it's not just like random nobodies that did this. These were people in positions of power within this organization, which is why it's become such a big deal, I imagine, because it's not like you just had some loose cannon go rogue. You had a coordinated effort from like top level people in their departments, and no doubt they were also recruiting others within the company to help do their dirty work. I don't think it was just them. I imagine they also had some other grunts running the small stuff to continue stalking and harassing the Steiners. It's craziness.
eBay condemned the harassment and apologized, saying it was wrong, reprehensible, and should never have happened. The company adding it's now strengthened its policies, procedures, controls, and training consistent with the company's ongoing commitment to uphold high standards.
The big problem with the payments coming from the big shot Matthew here is that this implies that they knew about it. Because otherwise, why would a top brass like Matthew be paying these influencers who are making these posts if they have no idea what's going on about, like, the poi market, fake domain stuff? So their defense kind of crumbles there when they have proof, very strong evidence about Matthew here directly paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to these influencers that are making undisclosed advertisements for Polymarket. So surely they had to have known in some capacity, right? Because they are provably directly involved, at least Matthew is, and he is pretty high-ranking individual there over at Polymarket, I would say.
The thing that I've been thinking about is these are companies that purport to be about truth, right? They say they are better engines for truth, and yet this is deception right at the heart of getting in the front door.
Yeah, the FTC has rules around advertising disclosure for precisely this reason. They want people who are seeing paid promotions to know that these are paid promotions, and our data team did an analysis of the posts from all of the influencers that we identified, and during a 14-month span, we found that they posted at least 490 times on X without disclosures about Polymarket.
Yeah, this is a very real thing. If any of you watch streamers or even YouTubers, pretty much if you consume any online content, you have 1000% seen compliance with the FTC when a sponsored segment comes on during like a stream, if they're doing a sponsored segment for like a game they're playing, or in a video if they're doing a like integration. All of it has to be properly disclosed for the sake of transparency and keeping the audience aware of what is a paid promotion. That is a law. That is something that needs to be followed. It is from the FTC, and they are now claiming that they identified 490 posts about Polymarket, none of which were disclosed from these influencers. That's a big deal. Again, that would be a huge problem for basically any company, except for maybe prediction markets, I suppose. Does Polymarket get away with it? I don't see why they should.
Now, of course, I don't want to leave you with the impression that Polymarket is the only one who might have done activity like this. They're just the most credibly accused right now. To be clear, this industry is extremely competitive. Everyone's trying to jump in, trying to use growth at all costs to start it. You know, the king of steal your idea, Mark Zuckerberg, has recently directed Meta to create a prediction markets app.
This is the new hotness right now from these massive corporations trying to find a way to integrate gambling or prediction markets into your service. Fucking Roblox Dave Bazooki even tinkered around half-jokingly about the idea of bringing prediction markets to Roblox. And Roblox already has its own, like, stock market in there as well, kind of built in, for children to use in their ecosystem there. So, like, prediction markets aren't going anywhere. It's going to be like a Hydra, so even if Polymarket does get in trouble here, 2 more will start doing this exact same thing and probably get away with it. It's just awful. It is fucking awful. CoffeeZilla then goes on to talk about a really interesting one, a really eyebrow-raising one that I want to show you here.
The president himself, you know, Truth Social, I think they're starting a Truth Predict, or they're trying to. You've got the president's son. I believe he's some type of advisor for Kalshi, which the CEO of Kalshi was actually asked about, like, why would you actually bring on this guy? What experience does he bring? And the answer there is pretty priceless.
Why did you guys make Donald Trump Jr. a strategic advisor?
We have a lot of advisors, and they span across the board, across different functions, but really, this is all about growing this industry, the prediction market industry that a lot of people really believe in.
What kind of advice does he give you?
So it really is, again, about growing prediction markets.
Does he come to meetings? How much do you pay him? What's his role? I mean, this is the son of the president.
We have a lot of advisors.
He's not just any advisor. He has a direct line to the White House.
We have a lot of advisors.
Yeah, the reality is people are going to do anything to grab as much of this market as they can.
I could actually hear that man's butt cheeks clenching together as his asshole was creating a fucking singularity under the pressure. I could hear every labored swallow when he was asked about Donald Trump Jr.'s involvement here as an advisor. Oh my God, the fear. I guarantee he was sweating. He probably had crazy pit stains stinking afterwards. So yeah, like, and these are the slimy people at the top of the food chain at these prediction markets. Like, it is just a corrupt, degenerate industry that has become extremely normalized and it very, very, very successful. So this was a great investigation. I wasn't aware of it, so I appreciate CoffeeZilla putting these 2 investigations out there with a big spotlight so more people can be aware of these business practices that are being employed that are extremely scummy and I believe just downright illegal based on the evidence here in these accusations. I feel like it is just fraudulent. It is just straight up illegal and a violation of FTC guidelines. In CoffeeZilla's video, he also tries to find out, well, is anything going to happen here? Is there going to be any repercussions for this blatant disregard or seemingly blatant disregard of these FTC guidelines and laws? And according to them, they have no idea. One of them had reached out about their findings and got nothing but crickets. It was complete silence. So we don't know if they're even going to bother looking into it. The FTC or any of these organizations that you would think would be trying to hold a company like this accountable for these kind of just very awful things that they're doing here to promote their business. But we're hearing nothing, or according to them, they're hearing nothing. So I personally believe that these companies are just so big that they will just be able to get away with it. They have so much money coming in, they can easily just pay their way out of shit. It's pay to win here, I believe, when it comes to shit like this. So they'll probably be able to be just fine and not even need to change anything because probably won't be any punishment for them, as sad as that is. It's extremely unfortunate, but I feel like that's the sad reality of it. I do think this was a extremely valuable investigation that was conducted here from them, and I appreciate CoffeeZilla for, again, putting it into a big light because I think it's important to see this. I think it's very important a lot of people see what's going on here with this kind of terrible garbage. I recommend you watch CoffeeZilla's full video on it. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. That's crazy. That was the bulk of my deleted videos. My brother swears he 1v1'd you in Gears of War years ago. He probably did. Bro, I was 1v1'ing your fucking peepaw at some point. Like, I was actually taking any old scrub off the streets and beating their ass on Canal and uploading it on the channel. I was actually 1v1'ing anyone with a pulse. I remember going through some of your older videos back then after watching the commentary over popular ads and Let's Plays. Hey, get the GitHub and see if you have any of the videos cached. Could be a big payday for the Lost Media Challenge. If you've got them. Did you win those 1v1s? Yeah, but I even posted my losses too. So one of the big things that became, for some reason, like a code of honor in the sniping community on Gears of War was if you only post your wins, people clowned on you because you were like hiding from your losses. So I also posted all of my losses as well. But I had like a positive win-loss ratio. I was kind of a monster out there. This one's a little outdated. This is better for visual, but the second sheet I sent you has more videos like the 1v1s. Oh, okay, cool. Let me grab that. Oh, yeah, here we go. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? Where's some of the 1v1s? Oh, here's some of the glitches down here. Actually, I'll keep the other one up as well, just so I can see the thumbnails on some of these. Not that one.
In 2018,
Nope, also not that one. How did I just lose that? I'll just reopen it. Where were we? Ah, here we go. Okay. Where's some of the 1v1? Oh, here's some of my Devil May Cry videos. So you found all the boss battle videos, but you didn't find any of the Dante Must Die stuff I uploaded? That's a shame. Turok's Serpent Battle. This is to help people who are having trouble defeating the serpent. I don't know how many people were struggling with the serpent battle in Turok, I'm gonna be honest. But hopefully I was of service. Oh, here's a little something. Devil May Cry 4, Nero vs. Toad, Son of Sparta. Okay, so you got like one in here. Okay. Oh, my 400 subscribers celebration video. Let's go. It looks like what you didn't find is the video I posted like a week or two after this where I had a call to arms. If you weren't interacting with my videos, please unsubscribe. So a big thing back in the Gears of War community was if you had more subscribers than views, you'd got clowned on. So when I was posting my 1v1s, so like here you have me versus Killer Kill 70, holy shit, Killer Kill 76. What a fucking name. Jesus Christ, that's Turbo Gamer. But back in the day, if you had more subscribers than views, what would happen is the Gears of War community would endlessly fucking clown you on it. So I was like, look, please just, if you're not watching the 1v1s, get out! Get out! They're insulting me, get out! So I posted a whole video like, get the fuck out! Not with my actual voice, I was literally 12. But like, text. So here's me versus Killer Kill 76. And then here's me and Gak Colossus 2v2ing somebody. Oh, were these the only two you were able to find? I had hundreds. Fuck! I would love to see some of the old names in there. I wonder where they all are. Some of the people from the Gears of War community are still active. Like they still transitioned into the modern age. Like they're still out there streaming, creating stuff like that. Oh, here's another one. This is me versus Sooners 18 XX Sooners 18XX. Yep, and this is where I would have stopped doing it. When Gears of War 2 came out, I stopped doing 1v1s for the most part. Damn. And then all of these are still out there. Good list, though. If you scroll to the right, you can see all the sources. Oh, nice. Oh, for the dead links and stuff. Fire. Oh. That's so cool, man. I really, really hope that somehow this cache strategy works out. Even if not for my Lost videos, just for some like classic Lost media. That is extremely exciting. You just have the highest chance. All 108 are in there. Here's hoping. That's not all of them, but if we can recover 108, I'm a happy camper. God, I wish we could find the fucking 1v1s and 2v2s. I use such good music in those too. Got a message my DoorDash driver got in an accident once. I felt personally responsible. Do they really send you those kind of messages? That'd be heartbreaking. Yeah, they do. Oh, I didn't know that was standard procedure. Fuck me. That's scary. Man, I'd feel fucking awful if that happened. I order like an acai bowl and get a message, hey, your delivery driver got blasted by a train. Would you like to replace that order? New monumental stinker movie incoming. Movie called Mercy coming out soon starring Chris Pratt. It's doing so bad in pre-sales it might not hit double digits. Mercy? From Amazon MGM Studios. This thumbnail looks wild right away. This has to be AI, right? Has to be. Man, is Chris Pratt even trying anymore? He's not even acting. He's just, like, literally doing a table read of his lines. I know a lot of people give him shit for some of his acting, whatever. I've always thought he'd just been, like, a pretty solid actor across the board, but this is bad. This is just, like, actually bad. This is directed by the producer of War of the Worlds. No. No, it can't be. Let me see. Timur Bekmambetov? Oh my god. Oh my god! Amazon's found their Nolan. Timur Bekmambetov. The producer of War of the Worlds and now the director of Mercy. This is it. They've struck gold. Unfriended! Dark web! Nice! God, that shit was terrible. Oh, he's a producer on Hardcore Henry. That movie was interesting. The First Unfriended! Nice! Gorko 2! What the fuck? What is Gorko? He was a producer on Linkin Park Powerless. Man, this guy produced fucking everything. Abraham Lincoln, Vampire Hunter, Kiko Riki, Team Invincible, Darkest Hour, Apollo 18? Does this guy just have like infinite money or something, so he just produces everything that floats across his desk? He directed Ben-Hur? Oh, jeepers. He directed Wanted? Wait, that movie's a classic. What happened? Did the Monstars sap away his directorial talent like the fucking basketball did to the NBA players? How do you go from Wanted to War of the Worlds? The passion's gone. I guess so. I mean, shit. Can't even be mad at him. If he's just getting a paycheck to produce shit like War of the Worlds, who gives a fuck? Might as well. 70, and one of those was a Target exclusive edition. Don't forget Target. The marketing scheme for each of these releases, which came one after another, was scarcity. They will sell out. You will never have another opportunity. Hurry, show your love and devotion. And unsurprisingly, it was a very successful business model. She's apparently sold 2.7 million copies of the album in physical and digital. When she announced it on the New Heights podcast, she promised this album wouldn't have any bonus tracks. Historically, Swift has sold her fans the album and then asked them to buy it again to access extra songs. The Life of a Showgirl, she promised, was fully complete, but then on Saturday night, another countdown appeared on her website, and at the end of it, she announced 4 additional CDs of the same album that fans could buy. These versions cost $8 a piece, and each includes 2 exclusive acoustic versions of songs on the album. That means that in addition to the songs on the album, Swift also recorded 8 acoustic versions, but you can only hear them if you purchase each of the 4 CDs. You have to collect this shit like pieces of Exodia here to get the whole experience. It goes on to say she didn't lie technically. There are no new songs on the CDs, just an opportunity for her to make even more money. So the songs aren't new, but they're a different recording of the same song a different way. There's really no way of justifying that. The whole purpose is just to squeeze more money out of the audience because she knows they are going to lap it up 100%, and they are. Like, it is still making tons of money, even though it's not being received overly positive. Another thing they're putting her feet to the fire for is apparently using AI in this new album rollout. So it's pretty clear that this is big time money making mode here. This isn't really about the artistry of her craft or anything. It does seem like the whole goal here is to try and squeeze as much out of this album as she possibly can, with so many like additions and shit, even cutting corners on to use AI. Like, she has unfathomable wealth. There is just no excuse for not just hiring a real person, a real artist for that. The only reason she'd use AI is to save money, which is pretty crazy considering she's a fucking billionaire. Like, how are you going to cheap out on this? It's so wacky to me. So it's hard to disagree with people expressing their sentiment that Taylor Swift is just selling out and is looking to just make as much money off this album as she can possibly squeeze without really caring about the art or the community that she's built. Just kind of throwing Swifties into the mud and just treating them like a useful piggy bank she can tap into whenever she wants for delivering very little to them. Like I said, it's hard to disagree with that because why the fuck are there so many versions of this? Why are you using AI? Like, there are just so many things that are clearly just here because it's greedy. And I'm actually pleasantly surprised to see even the most loyal of Swifties calling it out, saying, like, this is unacceptable. This is really disappointing from Taylor. I thought she had reached this point where she was literally infallible in some people's eyes. So it's good to see that there are things people won't stomach when it comes to her greed with this album. I think that's good. So hopefully there'll be a course correction here from her team, like with the way this has been handled. I don't know. Maybe. But anyway, I just kind of wanted to yap about it a little bit because this was pretty shocking to see that her album and her business acumen here being criticized by Swifties. So anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, is apparently, which news to me. And let's see. Oh my god, you even got when my channel was for... Holy shit. You've even got the data on for the rappers that I was uploading? So before I started uploading my own content, I was taking unsigned rappers and posting their music into my channel. Oh my god. This is huge. I thought I was going to be like the next big label. Holy fuck. Oh, you didn't get all of them, though. I posted one of Soulja Boy's earliest works, Report Card. This isn't all of them. I remember I'm Fresh, though. These are all known videos. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. Fuck, that's so cool. This music video. This one's been found, right? This one, I think... This one's out there. I'm pretty sure this one is set to I'm Fresh, isn't it? Hold on. This one, I think they did find a piece of it. Oh yeah, it's even right here. It's linked. I think I pulled this up on stream at some point, too. The cats. Yep. 2007. I would have been 12 years old when I uploaded that. That's June. I turned 13 in August. And then I grew up. I turned 13. I said, no more of this pussy shit. No more of this baby stuff with like memes set to unsigned rappers' music. So then I went into making my Gears of War videos. But you don't have the earliest ones, unfortunately. So it looks like those haven't been able to be found. But I went into camcorder Gears of War videos. So I had a couple of those, as well as like Rainbow Six Vegas. I was making camcorder montages. God, I really hope that this actually works with the cache. Because it looks like you don't have the data on those. Those are fucking pristine, though. The camcorder I set up on a little step stool in my parents', and I would record it, and you could hear me talking, and I'm genuinely a toddler, so I'd be talking shit when people were talking shit to me, and it's vintage shit talking back in the day. I was active on the comms. So, like, some guy was insulting me, like, you know, calling me a bitch, like an 11-year-old, and then I remember it was on Fuel Depot. I had, like, a nice play. I popped him, and I was like, yeah, how's that? How's that for an 11-year-old now? Or something like that. Oh, man, I wish we had those. Oh, I wish we had those in here. Ugh. That was on a separate one, Drake. See, now these views are more accurate to what they were at the time, from what I recall. 339. That's what the Gears community was like at. It definitely wasn't up in here. I genuinely think that was probably like after Ray William Johnson. What must have happened is people went back and checked this shit. So like 28K on this, that definitely wasn't how it was. That's 1000% where that came from. I wonder whatever happened to some of these rappers, though. Anyone know about Epic, aka EP, or Kid Tell? Did they blow up? Are they big on the scene by any chance? That was J. Cole's old name. Imagine. I think the only one that blew up from the rappers that I was uploading from was Soulja Boy. Oh, whoa, baby. I remember I used to start uploading some of my friends' stuff too. There should be Dark Venom in here as well. So Cruel Data, Dark Venom. Yep, there's Dark Venom. Description: my friend Dark Venom did some cool crap. Damn, I was dialed in, bro. I was dialed in. Oh, some Guitar Hero. Okay. I don't think I uploaded much Guitar Hero, though. I was never very good. Oh, I remember I tried to document the Halloween event in Halo 3. This is Halloween, Marilyn Manson. Description, this is cool. Enjoy the video. This was pretty big for me at the time. The Incredible Double Splatter, aka Ninja Warthog. Back in the early days of YouTube, they experimented with something called What's Being Watched Now. It was on the front page of YouTube. And when you were on the home page, it was this infinitely changing, constantly scrolling ticker of what was being watched by anyone on the platform. And this actually, for some reason, became like a bit of a phenom up there. And it actually had like a place, like people were watching it constantly through that. So I kept seeing it up there on the homepage, and I was thrilled because it actually, like, these views probably were accurate to the time. It blew up the video. This was back when YouTube had like the most viewed for the day, the most viewed for the hour, stuff like that. They also tried what's being viewed right now, like the current one. Now here's the block one. God, that shit popped off. Looks like I claimed ownership of it as well. I found this glitch. It's really easy to do. Okay, cool. Yep, here's the bomb walk. See, I did not find this glitch, but enjoy the video. Hope the tutorial helps. Oh man, these are cool. Oh, did you not find any of my old 1v1s or 2v2s in Gears of War? That's where the bulk of my deleted videos come from, by the way. I had basically daily, sometimes multiple posts a day of 1v1s in Gears of War, as well as 2v2s. So I was constantly doing these with people like It's Milkbone, No Lungs, Remix. Like, I was doing these every fucking day. It was such like a hostile, like back and forth environment, and I was always uploading them. It had to be like 200. You couldn't find any thumbnails or anything for it? Well, don't I look silly with all this egg on my face. Turns out, I may have been wrong about the rapture. Now, you might be wondering, how is that possible? We're all still here. And yeah, we may not have been, disconnected from the server, from the Lord Almighty or anything, but that doesn't mean Jesus didn't come back. And they say wrestling is fake. So apparently this is an indie wrestler named Jesus. I tried to look up more information on him in previous matches to see who else he brought the biblical smackdown upon. Maybe he squared off against Beelzebub in a Hell in a Cell match. And I thought it'd be fun to take a dive into Jesus the wrestler here. But I couldn't find anything because it's kind of hard to get this by just typing in indie wrestling Jesus. I got a lot of AI videos, if you can believe that. So this is the only footage I can find of him so far. But I don't think it's a coincidence that the rapture was predicted for September 23rd and 24th with the double feature, the double whammy, double fisting. And then shortly thereafter, we see this. Coinky dink, I don't subscribe to that idea. I think what's most likely what happened is the pastor behind this huge rapture prediction that somehow TikTok ate up. I saw numerous videos of people allegedly quitting their job. I saw one person who sold a lot of their belongings. This is all things that I've seen in the past with the 2011 rapture, hoopla. And I also saw a video of someone that's like, I left work early to prepare for the rapture. And it's like, brother, if you thought the rapture was about to happen, why did you even go to work? What the fuck was even the point? You could have just taken the whole day off. Regardless, I think the pastor who made this prediction may have just misunderstood what the message was and what the dates signified. Perhaps it wasn't about, rapturing the believers off Earth. Maybe instead of taking from the planet, Jesus wanted to give us something. a beautiful display of whoop ass. The way he is working these gentlemen in the squared circle is a thing of beauty. He's getting them with like the fucking Sith Lord force chokes. He's getting them with like, almost Jean Grey level telekinesis on them. Like, it is impressive stuff. Look at the size of that crowd. They are so densely packed in there. It looks like when the fucking anchovies charged the Krusty Krab. Everyone is there to see the respawn of Jesus. And man, did he deliver. So we see another move here where he's working the other dude like a fucking fleshlight there. He's got him like a puppet. He gave him the word of God and he followed. Like, I can only imagine all of like the wacky moves he must have unleashed that we just don't have video footage of. Like the faithful Frankensteiner. The 10 Commandments tombstone pile driver. Like, I have to wonder, how much ass did Jesus beat in the ring there? He was clearly victorious. He got the pin and everything. And I'm going to be honest, I don't see who stops him. I feel like he is going to steamroll his way to the title. Like, there's no one that's going to get in the way of that belt. And I'm really curious, how creative they get with this character. Like, I wonder if they do Money in the Bank matches, but instead of money, it's like the Bible. Like, they're both going, like, up the ladder to grab a Bible instead of money or something. Like, I would love to see more of this. I don't even know what indie wrestling promotion this was. I really couldn't find much information on it because I had so little to go off of other than just Indie Wrestling Jesus, which unfortunately didn't lead me to a cornucopia here or anything. But what I saw in even just this short clip was a lot of fun. It had a big smile on my face. Like, yeah, it's silly, but I still think it was well done. Like, it was a show that was very hyped to even see in a short burst like this. I imagine all of the spectators had a great time. I have to imagine they did the holy shit. It would have fit perfectly here, so I'm pretty confident that chant was probably utilized. And I just find this kind of silly stuff enjoyable. I know in some circles it gets a bad rep in the indie wrestling scene if it's not taken like with the utmost seriousness, if it's not like super buttoned up. But I think this kind of stuff is refreshing here and there. It's clear that they're talented, like they still are wrestling like in a professional capacity. It's not like watching your two drunk uncles grapple in the backyard next to the barbecue. It's still a good show that they put on, albeit a wacky one. So I had fun with it. Chase sent it to me earlier today, so I kind of just wanted to put it on all of your radars here. It really does feel like something we would have like tinkered around with for our own wrestling promotion, the MWL, which I know we haven't done one in over a year now, but there's a variety of reasons for it. Maybe that's better talked about, yapped about in a different video. But point is, I had fun watching this. That's really about it. See ya. This insurance. But there's plenty of YouTubers that have gone over why this is a bit of a baloney souffle that they're serving you with that garbage. But the community has bent over for it, and it has become normalized at PSA. I think it is completely unacceptable. It doesn't take more work for PSA to grade higher value cards. The work is still the same, or at least it should be. It should be consistent no matter what the card is. There's no reason for this upcharge. There are plenty of other ways of protecting you, the customer. This one is just extraordinarily greedy, and it's not good for just normal people. Because again, if you aren't looking to immediately sell that card at that value right away, you're just forking over a ton of clams just to get your card back in order to appreciate it in your collection. And here's another huge problem, one I also talked about on stream, but I'll just go ahead and reiterate it here. I'll just fucking fart it all out again instead of just show you the clips. Let's say you get a card graded, it grades at a 10, it's extremely expensive, now you pay $1,000 upcharge to PSA to get the card back, and you want to hold on to it for a little while, hoping that it goes up over time. But instead it fucking plummets. Like, let's say you send them a sports card, and by the way, sports card collectors don't take PSA seriously anymore because of just how egregious their absurdity is. But let's say you have a sports card, it grades high, right now it's worth thousands of dollars, so you have this upcharge, but then that player just fucking flops. Or maybe they get arrested, or something. Like maybe you get a Wander Franco card or something. So now the value fucking eats shit. It's in the gutter, spiraling the toilet, and it's not worth what it was a few months ago when you got it graded. Well, you paid $1,000 upcharge at that price at the time, and now it's basically worthless. PSA doesn't refund you that, by the way. So now you lost even more money sending it to them to get graded and paying the upcharge. Like, it's just, I think it's a terrible system. It has so many flaws, and there's just much better ways of doing it that don't fuck the customer in their face. And also, I'm just fucking spitting, getting lost in the sauce immediately here because this is such like a passionate topic for me, because I cannot believe PSA is still the top dog in the grading space here for TCGs mainly. I don't know why people keep going to PSA. It shouldn't be fetching the highest price. I think it is just got tons and tons of problems. I have had complete disdain for this company for many years now. This offers program they have, that should just immediately be having you run in the opposite direction. That should just have you go, whoa, yuck, ew, spit on it, and leave. Take your business elsewhere. Their offers program, as I briefly explained there, is PSA will grade your cards, and they will sometimes even make you an offer to buy those cards back because PSA is now a seller in this market. They also have third-party sellers, apparently, that they deal with for that too. It is a huge conflict of interest that anyone can be able to smell the stink from a mile away. Now, even if in this buyback scandal it truly was a one-off, wacky, fringe situation like the PSA response seems to hint at, I don't think it was a good response, by the way, not really a great excuse or anything, but even if it is a one-off thing, this does paint a very clear picture that there does exist a real incentive for PSA to lowball grades, make an offer to the person who might just be like, okay, you know what, fine, I'll take that offer. This cuts out the middleman, this seems convenient, I'll take that offer even though, you know, it's not exactly what I wanted. And then when PSA gets those cards back for cheap, they can then turn around and up the grade so that way they can sell it themselves for more, since they participate in this market with their own graded cards. Now, I don't know if that's actively happening often or anything, but it is obviously a conflict of interest because that is something that realistically can happen and potentially has. Who's really to say for sure? And PSA doesn't disclose why cards get the grade they do. It's just a source, trust me, bro. This is exactly what it is. Scientifically proven, by the way, with our secret recipe, the Krabby Patty secret formula of PSA grading, by the way. So there's no transparency with it. So to me, I just really feel like this whole offers program is very open to corruption here from PSA. It feels very fishy to me. Son of a bitch, I just thought of another thing I didn't yap about. Another thing that a lot of people are pointing out, because there are a chunk of TCG enthusiasts, sports cards in particular, that have totally swore off PSA and are boycotting it. And another thing that they listed as a grievance is how the upcharges, well, since there is a long processing period, sometimes cards will rise throughout that period. So a lot of times people will submit cards for grading, and it takes a long time for them to get the graded card back, and during that time, the price rises. So they go in there expecting one amount, right? Like they have an idea in their head on if this grades at this will probably be the maximum upcharge. Okay, that I can stomach. But sometimes the cards will rise throughout the processing period. And PSA charges you based on like the very end of it, at the very end, like after it has all risen, when you were about to get your card back. So if you submitted to them a month ago, 2 months ago, whatever, and a card just starts to fucking skyrocket, well now you're on the hook for a huge upcharge by the time you get it back, which is always a shock to a lot of people that are submitting. Again, especially to the ones that aren't looking to turn around and sell it right away. So it is just a full-blown fucking awful experience, in my opinion, that for some reason people still willingly tolerate, because PSA is still the biggest in the grading space, even in spite of all of this overwhelming amount of like garbage you can find about their past and the allegations and the accusations and the scandals that they've been involved in. It blows my mind. Don't forget the part where they'll damage your cards and try to make you sign an NDA to not talk about it. That is again part of the lenticular one that I covered like a month ago, where they damaged this card, fucking torched it, and then wanted them to sign an NDA and lowballed them on what the value of the card was. It's a disgustingly scummy company. I have disliked PSA for very, very long, and I am constantly vindicated with every new thing I learn about them. Granted, these aren't super new. Like, this was being talked about 6 months ago. Buyback scandal was 4 months ago. Lenticular was like a month ago. Like, none of this is super new, but people keep using them. People continue to use PSA. Now, there are other grading companies. A little while back, there was a body cam video that blew up online because it showcased popular MMOs, a massive YouTuber, getting arrested. He was clearly intoxicated. It was very sad to see. And I had never heard like a follow-up as to what happened next. It was just radio silence. And alcohol addiction is a brutal thing. So I always hoped that he was getting, the help that he had needed. And a couple nights ago on Stream Chat told me that he had apparently made like an Instagram post about like sobriety, but I hadn't seen that yet. And then today I just happened to see that he posted a video about his alcoholism. And he is now 4 months sober, which is amazing. And he wants to use his experience battling this addiction to try and help others maybe going through something similar.
Okay guys, I just watched a video of myself that was on my phone from January. And guys, as most people know, I am an alcoholic, and I tried to make a video talking about it, trying to help people, and trying to show my journey. Went terrible, honestly. It is so difficult. But right now, guys, I am 4 months sober, and looking at the video, I look like a completely different person. Honestly, I'm making this part of it so I don't jump scare you, because it looks terrible. Oh my god. And I'm gonna leave it uncut too, because it shows just like how ill I was. Like, I almost threw up on myself in the video.
This is a night and day difference from the last time we saw him. He looks so much healthier now. It is incredible. I am super happy to see that. And he's talking about a video he filmed back in January that apparently didn't go very well. And he does put it here, and it's pretty tough to watch. Like, it's a very raw look at what alcoholism can do to you. It can destroy your life. And I think this is just a very open door here to see it. And to see where he was and where he is now, I think it is inspirational. Anyone that's able to overcome substance abuse like this deserves the biggest round of applause. And I think him talking about it and showing it like this can really help a lot of people who might be going through similar things, which he states is the goal behind this video in the first place.
Hey, what's up guys? It's Pat and welcome back to another video. It's been a very, very long time. And this is probably going to be, I would assume, the most important video that I do make. And as you guys can tell, I look pretty beat up. I didn't really try to fix myself up at all for this video because I wanted to show how I've been treating myself, I guess. As you can tell, this is going to be the first time anyways. My skin looks pretty bad right now. And
yeah, he said it was hard to watch, and it definitely is rough. But like I said, it is honest. You are seeing someone going through a very serious struggle. A struggle many, many others also go through. Addiction in all of its forms is bad, and there's tons of addicting things out there. Like League of Legends, for example, something that I've been kind of tinkering. The needle's been getting close to my arm. I've been playing a little bit of League recently, Lord help us. But of all addictions, alcoholism, I think, is one of the more normalized ones. It is something that tons of people talk about very lightly, even though it's very serious. And Popular MMOs is very open about how awful it has been for his life. And he, even in this state here, is talking about the horrible things that it has done to his life. Talking about the innumerable times he's been in and out of hospitals, for example. Also, what started it, where it was like just a very slow thing, having a couple drinks here and there at functions and some hootenannies, and then eventually straight into the shithole where things just spiral out of control and get chaotic. He said that he was drinking sometimes 3 bottles a day. Like, that's not just unhealthy, that is beyond dangerous. That can kill you. And it's something he mentions as well about how he felt like he didn't have long to live because of this lifestyle.
And for those wondering, the reason I stopped is because I realized I didn't have long to live. I probably, with the way things were going and how downhill things were, I probably didn't have more than a couple weeks before I would be dead. And I'm definitely not ready to leave this world, and I hope none of you guys are either. So let's live the best lives we can.
Again, like you mentioned, it is a tough thing to watch. Like, it is very clear he recognizes the effect that this has had on his life and how detrimental it has been, but it's also very clear that it's not something that's just so easy to quit. It is agony. It is a very difficult battle.
So basically in these pictures, you're going to see that I was incredibly out of shape. I lost all the muscle on my body. The doctors said I would be dead. By the time I was 40, my liver was failing. My pancreas had pancreatitis. I was doing bad, like really, really bad. And then I ended out in jail within a week of making that video before I ended out in rehab.
Apparently he was having like liver failure and pancreatitis, which are both extremely serious things, obviously. And doctors apparently warned him that he'd be dead by 40 if he continued down this path. So to see him go from that to where he is now is incredible. And I'm wishing him nothing but the best going forward. A huge congratulations to Popular MMOs here. And while it is hard to see that video of the state that he was in talking about, you know, the alcoholism, I do think it was a good thing to include here because it's something some people need to see about how bad it can get. Like, you know, yeah, it looked like SpongeBob when he had the suds. Alcoholism can fuck you up. And him having this here takes a lot of courage. And to talk about it so openly is, again, a pretty tough thing for a lot of people to do. So just huge round of applause to Popular MMOs. I'm very happy to see this, and I'm hoping everything continues to look up for him. I just wanted to put this on your radar right here because we did talk about like the body cam thing, and I'm really happy to see that things are starting to go a lot better for him. So that's really about it. See ya. I was going to wait a bit longer before drooling all over this topic just to see if anything would come from it since it's such a big deal. But I've now very much learned my lesson that there is never going to be anything that comes from anything Epstein related. That's basically how it seems. So I'm sure you've seen by now that with all of those redacted files that they've been farting out, you can actually unredact a lot of them yourself, and you don't even need a double-digit IQ to do it. Here's a quick tutorial that even a Neanderthal can follow along with.
Redacted, so you can go ahead and scroll down till you get to a redacted area. Here's a redacted area right here. Guess what? If you want to look at these files, all you got to do is copy it and paste it into Microsoft Word, and guess what? All the files are unredacted. There it is. So go back to justice.org, find all those files, and start unredacting before they figure out how to stop you.
I've seen only a teensy tiny bit of media coverage on this, not a whole lot of buzz generated from the unredacting techniques here, but from the couple that I've seen, they say things like this: hackers unredact Epstein files. Hackers didn't do it. Your fucking grandpappy sitting down in front of his goddamn iPad could do it too. There's no hacking here. It's Control-C, Control-V. Holy shit. My god, he's like an elite XD hacksaw. Wow. Yeah, it really is that easy. You don't have to have a big brain like Jimmy Neutron for this here. And it doesn't work for all the files, but it works for a good portion of them. And what you will find when you unredact a lot of this is that they very clearly have not complied with the law. They are not following the rules of the redactions, which, mind you, are supposed to be reserved exclusively for victims and minors, that kind of thing. But when you unredact a lot of this information, you are finding information that is not related to a victim, a minor, anything like that at all. There are numerous examples of these improper redactions being applied to these files here. There are more examples of that than there are of me being short. You can find so fucking many. And it's kind of like a lot of crickets in mainstream journalism right now in regards to this unredaction technique a lot of people have employed on TikTok, and even like Asmongold has done it on stream as well. And what they're finding is, yeah, it is inarguable that these redactions are not following the rules. There's like this article here that's written about like the redactions on 184 through 192 that were describing taxes paid by companies incorporated by Epstein properties that were not on the balance sheet. And at the end, it even says it's unclear how property material complies with the redaction standard under the law. An inquiry to the Department of Justice has not yet been answered, and it probably won't be answered because the sad reality of it is, law doesn't apply to people at a certain level of power. The law is like simply here for plebeians, it seems. And it's not even subtle. Fucking goofball Kash Patel can go under oath and lie out of his ass out the wazoo till the cows come home with a straight face and a limp dick, talking about how they don't have any credible evidence that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked victims to anyone, so it's just Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell, that's it. If you believe anything else, you're a crazy conspiracy theorist. And now with these files, we have provable evidence that they at least knew of 10 other co-conspirators that apparently they just decided to throw in the garbage can and never pursue. But we have so much evidence to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt he is lying, yet he won't face any perjury charges, he won't be arrested, he'll just keep fucking cruising podcasts like they're glory holes here about how he's doing such a good job and puffing up his chest and shit. None of these people that are just blatantly lying and breaking the law will ever be held accountable here. All of these improper redactions that don't comply with the law, don't comply with the rules here, everyone responsible will not face any repercussions. I'm so confident in this, it's fucking sickening. Nothing's going to happen. And it is so incredibly sad. And not only is nothing going to happen, nothing's going to happen and people are going to cheer for that too. I've already seen the narrative shift to like, who cares about the Epstein files, and all these crazy mental gymnastics to downplay the significance of the biggest child sex trafficking operation in our country's history, where there are still unbelievable amounts of people that got away with these heinous crimes, still potentially in the highest levels of government, and people are just saying like, doesn't matter. That's not the important stuff. And make no mistake, this wasn't some innocent whoops-a-daisy where they accidentally redacted information that they weren't. AI. You expected me to be in the chair, but sometimes you have to expect the unexpected. The only thing you can expect is when there's some AI dog shit going on. I can't resist the urge to make fun of it. I'm in my artsy era of video making right now. That was like an A24 level intro, getting experimental. I just figured since Quentin Tarantino's lost his marbles, lost his mind, and has gone on these unhinged rants attacking beloved actors like Paul Dano and Matthew Lillard over nothing, it's up to me to pick up the mantle of delivering some creative cinematography, so I'm dipping my toes in there. Toes that Quentin Tarantino I'm not allowing to suckle on. Anyway, speaking about sucking feet, the YouTube CEO just released a statement that sucked a lot of ass, where he's defending the AI usage across the board on the platform, and even goes as far as to say that it's going to be an invaluable tool for people that lacked the skills and equipment to create videos. It will give them the ability to do so. Basically, go to YouTube Shorts and look at all of the incredible stuff that the skillless have been able to do with AI. We've been blessed, thank God. It's a topic most people have been complaining about, especially when it comes to short-form content, because all you get fed is AI gobbledygook, like actual nonsense trash, because it's the easiest thing to just fart out onto the platform. It's infinite content, and when you just scroll, most of the videos you get are AI these days. And the most viewed videos, like if you, instead of just anecdotal evidence about like most videos you get, provably some of the most viewed videos, if you go by views, are AI generated shorts. That is a bleak future, one that a lot of people have expressed their concern over, hoping that YouTube would step in and maybe do more to stop the platform just becoming a cesspool of just AI trash. Neil, on the other hand, the CEO, believes that that's actually a really good thing, because it's giving people that lacked the skills and equipment the ability to put that in front of you. Yeehaw, yippee. But even beyond that, one of the most complained about things on YouTube as a platform is how bad its moderation is, with so many people being falsely banned and shit. And also it's been revealed that AI is part of a big part of the moderation protocol for the platform, and it makes so many mistakes that's led to wrongful terminations that everyone with a functioning frontal lobe will tell you should never happen, because AI should never be able to be the judge, jury, and executioner. It should never have the ability to terminate a channel. There is no world where that makes sense for YouTube to just give the keys to the kingdom over to AI where it will ban people. AI should never be able to do that. If it wants to use AI for moderation, it should only be able to flag channels internally and then put that up the food chain, up the ladder, for a human being to look at. But Neil seems to have a different vision in mind based on his statement here. Let's go ahead and take a peek at what he thinks. This article mentions that YouTube is expanding their AI moderation tools, even in the midst of so many people flagging just how bad they have been and how wrong they have been across the entire platform. The article then makes a mention of just how much money this platform is bringing in, which only makes sense that they can't afford to pay more money for better tools. Instead, they just need to just have AI do it poorly for them. Neil said, however, AI will open the door for a new class of creators who previously lacked technical skills or equipment, arguing the tech will revive YouTube's early era of enthusiastic amateurs while helping the platform surface stronger content overall. That's a very interesting perspective on it all, and I feel like that's one you could only achieve by huffing endless amounts of glue to deteriorate your brain to a level of delusion that I find almost enviable. You really think that by giving these AI tools to everyone out there, what you are getting in return is the old era of YouTube of enthusiastic amateurs producing content? In what universe? It's the antithesis of that. It is the antithesis of creativity. The old era of YouTube that people look back on so fondly, the golden age, that was people just filming something in their bedroom, talking at a camera, or doing something silly, or making a skit, something like that, for the fun of creation, for the fun of being creative and just putting it out there. There was no career in it back then. It was truly just for the love of the game, the love of the sport. And somehow, he believes that these AI tools will reignite that passion, that drive. Based on what data? What we have is endless amounts of data to suggest the opposite, where when you have these tools and make it so easily accessible for people to just squeak out 30 seconds worth of AI drivel on shorts and do that 40 times a day, that's what you will get. It's just AI slop. There's a reason that term exists, because when you go on shorts or even full-length videos now, people are doing like 8 to 10 minute, completely fabricated, phony baloney, false true crime stuff is one of the bigger culprits, where they just have an AI script from ChatGPT that tells a made-up story about a made-up person who did a made-up crime. When you have that content, what there, Neil, is reminiscent of the old era of YouTube with enthusiastic amateurs creating shit. We haven't seen anything positive on YouTube as a result of these AI tools Neil speaks so highly of. They're a fucking scourge right now. Half the time, you don't even know if what you're watching is real or fake because there is so much of this content on there. I say half the time, that's an exaggeration. Point is, there is so much of this content on there, there are tons of people that are completely misled. Like with the P. Diddy trial, for example. There were entire channels dedicated to following the P. Diddy trial, and the channel, turns out, was all just AI garbage making up stories, like the whole Prince storyline and tapes that were revealed that brought down the whole P. Diddy case. All of it was fake. Yet, those channels made tons of money for the people that made the AI garbage. And tons of people took it as the truth. A lot of people believed it. It became a big story that needed to be, like, formally debunked. That's a bad thing, Neil. I don't know where you are seeing any positive usage of skillless creators using AI tools to bring good content to the platform. Like, I don't know where that's coming from. It is just truly an exploitative tool for people to make a ton of quick cash off of by just making infinite videos instantly. Like, that's what we are seeing, and it's not good. Most people are complaining about it, rightfully so, but Neil is defending it tooth and nail. And we haven't even begun to scratch the surface on YouTube's AI moderation tools yet. We're about to get into that. According to YouTube CEO, AI will be key in policing misinformation, IP theft, scams, and what many creators have dubbed AI slop. AI will make our ability to detect and enforce on violative content better, more precise, able to cope with scale, and adds that the system improves literally every week. Is that so, Neil? It improves every week? Because I just read a story today about a channel that got terminated because another channel re-uploaded their video, and YouTube's AI moderation tools took down the original creator's channel thinking that he had re-uploaded that other channel's video, even though he was the creator of it, and you let the re-uploader walk away. You punish the real person, not the imposter. The AI tools are getting better every week, huh? There is stories daily about the fuck-ups from AI moderation tools. What I do agree with him, though, is that given the scale of this platform, it would be impossible for humans to be able to police all of it. And that's something I've said from the get-go. This could be an invaluable tool in accumulating a lot of potential bad actors or internal flags. But under no circumstances should AI have the ability to make a judgment call on if a channel gets terminated. It should never have the ability to issue a strike. What it should do is alert a real flesh and blood human being, an employee, God forbid, doing their job to look at what has been flagged and analyze it to see, is this actually violative content? Because right now we have so many examples of AI messing it up. It's been making big boo-boos, big whoops-a-daisies daily. And they are easily overturned once a human being is alerted to the mistake. AI shouldn't have the ability to do this in the first place. It should always come down to a person behind these calls. But Neil likes to let AI moderation run rampant. I imagine Neil would have no problem stepping down and letting AI run YouTube at some point. Am I right, Neil? It is a problem. In his interview, where all of this stems from, it really highlights just how delusional this company is under the leadership of Neil. In September, YouTube unveiled more than 30 AI-powered programs designed to make it easier for anyone to shoot, edit, upload, and make money from videos. That's 3 times as many as it launched last year. Among the innovations were tools that allow a phrase to be turned into a song, or that can translate a video and dub it. One bot can find the best parts of raw footage and edit them together, literally just stealing footage and making a video out of it for yourself to make money off of. Beautiful. Another can turn a long video into a short. All of this says YouTube is in service of helping more people become creators. Already the #1 choice of dream job for young teenagers and much hoped for among Gen Z. Neil, how does any of that remind you of the old era of YouTube with people enthusiastically creating content? How? By having AI do it all for you and you can just slap it on your channel to make money off of it? Gotta tell you, buddy, that doesn't really sound like the YouTube I remember on the front lines back in 2007. It just feels like it's very much a corporate decision from YouTube where you can make more money off of this trash. But maybe that's just a crackpot conspiracy theory. I don't know, Neil. Maybe I'm just way off the mark on this one. Maybe there is so much good content you're consuming that's AI generative on the platform right now. I have no doubt you're watching tons of it, right? I still remember when YouTube's slogan was broadcast yourself. Neil is arguing the opposite. It's not about broadcasting yourself, it's about letting AI broadcast shit for you. This Time interview really is just fucking laughable. Neil, who has always been known for his willingness to dig into the weeds of an issue and really understand it, proved to be a quick study about traditional media, according to those who have done business with him. I would say Neil is very well prepared, says NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell. What a fucking amazing vouch. That's who I want to put my trust in. Someone that Roger Goodell is saying really has a good handle on it. He's got this industry by the titties. Take my word for it. He understands what he's trying to build. He's got a deep understanding of the media landscape and where YouTube fits and where content can help him advance his strategies. He is right in that last part. Neil knows exactly what he wants. He wants YouTube to be very AI focused. I think that's pretty clear given the direction that he seems to be pushing it. I also can't help but giggle very hard at that first sentence about how he has always been known for his willingness to dig into the weeds of an issue and really understand it. Since when? When has that started? What did I miss that somewhere along the way? Because even with this issue with AI moderation, I haven't seen him call out anything with it or make any big, bold changes. It's still in the exact same state it was fucking at the very beginning. Like, I don't see Neil really getting into the weeds of any of it. Like, what are you talking about? He's a guy who's more than willing to plug his ears to it and just let it ride until there's enough of a hubbub about it on Twitter, then someone will step in and fix it for him. Now, just to give you a whole picture of what was said here in the interview, he's optimistic about the implications of AI for his company in the world, believes YouTube could see a return to the early villagey days when it was populated by a higher proportion of exuberant amateurs, which I've already completely dove into by this point, but just wanted you to see what was actually said in the article itself. AI will create an entirely new class of creators that today can't do it because they don't have the skills or they don't have the equipment. Again, they are not the ones doing it with these AI tools, Neil. It is the AI doing it for them based off of a couple of sentences. I wouldn't necessarily say that harkens back to the days of the early villagey days when YouTube was populated by a higher proportion of exuberant amateurs, Neil. It's so fucking silly. But the same rule will apply, which is there will be good content and bad content, and it will be up to YouTube and our investment in technology and algorithms to bring that to the fore. That's true, Neil. Now, can you point out some of the good AI content you're trying to describe here? Because I don't think that shit exists. It is very much the entire purpose of it to be cheap, easy, and infinite, and that is how it is being used on YouTube right now. Go on your own platform, Neil, and scroll TikToks for just 15 seconds. you're only going to be seeing a ton of trash, mostly AI. Like, come on, man. Like, snap back to reality. This is ridiculous. And at the very least, do the bare minimum of restricting AI moderation tools' ability to ban creators. That shouldn't be allowed. That should just straight up be illegal. Like, I really think that should be a fucking crime to have YouTube knowingly allowing AI, which has a very provable track record of being wrong and making mistakes, be the one to take away entire people's livelihoods like that without any human oversight. That should not be allowed under any fucking circumstances. That needs to be fixed right now, Neil. Maybe instead of doing Time Magazine interviews, that should be like on the top layer of your priorities, I would hope. Because it is just unacceptable and it is out of control. It's happening daily. It's not in this perfect state you seem to think it is, and it doesn't seem like it's improving literally every single week like you say it is. Anyway, this interview made me upset and I wanted to yap about it. That's about it. See ya.
Good morning, traveler. You're looking awfully well rested. I'm jealous. Wish I could say the same. I missed out on shut-eye again for the millionth time over the last 12 months. I tell you, that insomnia's powerful spell got me in the nipple clamps. But it's not about me. I'm not here to just trauma dump on you. What say you to listening to me regale a riveting story? Have you heard of the High Elves? Every one of them dirty bastards done started an OnlyFans. Point I'm making. OnlyFans is everywhere now. If you open your mouth to take a breath, the first thing that gets into your lungs is not oxygen, it's fucking OnlyFans being shoved down your throat. It is inescapable. The only thing more popular than OnlyFans is gambling. The two healthiest pillars of a sane society, gambling and OnlyFans. And as you may have guessed, I haven't slept again. And in an effort to make myself sleepy, I started just doom scrolling, which never fucking works. But I did stumble across a very interesting feud in the OnlyFans world where a creator is calling out the queen of OnlyFans, Sophie Rain, the LeBron of lingerie, the Tiger Woods of wood, the Tom Brady of lady, the Wayne Gretzky of latex ski. I'm just fucking pulling this out of my butthole right now. I'm going crazy with it. Sophie Rain is like the most popular creator on OnlyFans. You've probably heard her name before because she's often flexing how much money she makes through OnlyFans. Unfathomable wealth, where she's posting screenshots claiming that she's making over $90 million through it and providing like proof to back up her claims and constantly defending that she's making this millions upon millions and millions of dollars there. And there's a creator calling that out as fake. And this creator actually has receipts to prove it. It feels like pretty strong evidence that those might not be accurate. And not only is she calling out Sophie Rain, but some people that are closely associated to Sophie Rain who are allegedly doing similar things with fake screenshots with their earnings being fudged.
Hey Piper, I saw you deleted this fake statement since we saw the typo and you've replaced it with this new fake statement, and you've added another million onto your net. I don't blame you. It's your first day on the job and we all make mistakes. I blame your management, the same management the Bop House uses. That's known for lying and scamming all their fans. I really hope you do better, because the shit that you bitches do is not cool.
This is that initial tweet screenshot, allegedly. Big whoopsie-daisy there. You can see that she forgot to get rid of the other money sign there. So that's clearly incorrect. And she deleted it and then posted another one with that error fixed. Piper Raquel's name is one that I've heard pretty recently because it's a pretty controversial story here where she was like a kid star or child influencer, some shit like that. And then very soon after she turned 18, she started an OnlyFans page to do OnlyFans content. And then starts flexing how she made $1 million in 24 hours. And then, no, it's actually $2 million, her first couple days on the job, that kind of thing. Which I know has happened before, like with Danielle Bregoli, Bad Baby. I know when she turned 18, she started an OnlyFans, and a bunch of those fucking weirdo freaks were like waiting, salivating on bated breath for her to open that OnlyFans, and they all gave her a bunch of money. I know that happened. It's just so fucking weird. Also, Apparently, she had paid a visit to the Bop House to collab with them when she was still 17. Bop House is a OnlyFans content creator house. Why are you collabing with a minor? A lot of people are speculating that they were trying to like push her into doing OnlyFans, and like them collabing was them trying to get her like, you know, into the idea of opening OnlyFans when she's 18. Maybe to like lock her into a contract with the Bop House management team or something like that. Who knows, but it's still fucking weird no matter how you spin it. Anyway though, back to the feud itself. Jamie Liz is pointing out the fraudulent screenshot here, talking about how that's not real, which it clearly isn't. It was photoshopped.
Is Camilla. So the next bitch on my hit list is Camilla from the Bop House. You know, the one that used her little minor brother for views, asking him to talk about how pink her pussy is? Yeah, that one. This is her supposedly deleted OnlyFans, active, saying available now. And then when I asked her about it here, are you gonna delete it? Just asking, because that's what you're saying all over your social media, babe. Just confused. She blocked me. That's why it says chat unavailable. And here's yet again another lying, scamming bitch to come out of the Chopped House. But this one's extra weird. She used her family to promote it.
I was the one that did the censoring on her OnlyFans banner. Not in the original video, just playing it safe here on YouTube. I don't know what she was claiming about deleting her OnlyFans, but that OnlyFans creator, Camilla, that's someone I made a video on a long time ago because she used her brother, who was a child, mind you, to help promote her OnlyFans page. She actually did that. So, Jamie Liz is not wrong. That did happen, and that shit is extraordinarily weird. Borderline a crime, by the way, to have children promoting porn, right? Like, you would think that's probably big time frowned upon.
How does it feel to have a sister that has an OF? My friends always ask me if it's pink, but I don't really know what they mean by that. NANI? Do you know? Jesus Christ. Click the link in my bio. I can't.
Marketing so innovative, Ubisoft is going to take a page out of her playbook pretty soon. So, that shit is indefensible. Now, Jamie Liz mentions that, calling it weird, which it definitely is, and then she's referencing, I guess, Camilla talking about how she's deleting her OnlyFans, but it doesn't seem like she actually is, thus she's scamming viewers. I'm guessing the scam would be like, I'm deleting my OnlyFans, so come subscribe now while the content's still up, otherwise you're gonna miss out and it's gone forever. I'm just taking a guess, I'm spitballing because I can't actually find where she was saying that, but I have found a lot of people talking about it, so like a bunch of Reddit posts. In the least surprising news, Camilla has officially left OnlyFans to start selling people AI scam courses. Man, she is really just an absolute winner. Jackpot all around. Awesome. Going from OnlyFans to AI scam guru courses. And then saying also discreetly keeping her OnlyFans active. I don't feel like looking too hard to know if her OnlyFans is actually still active or not, if she followed through on deleting it. I have seen articles also reporting that she is now hawking baloney courses that are AI focused, so that seems to be her new hustle. And Jamie Liz, once again, was calling her out. And now, the big video where she was calling out Sophie Rain.
So Sophie Rain just posted a video showing her fake OnlyFans statements once again, and I'm about to poke a lot of holes in this shit. What color is this up here, guys? We can all see this, right? It's blue. It's blue, and this fake website that she fucking made, Jesus Christ. It's blue, yes? All right, let me show you real OnlyFans right here. Up here, white. White, not blue, right? Okay, next, when she says she reloads the page, let's get back to that right there. She's scrolling. She's scrolling. She's going up and down and up and down on the page. When you reload a page on OnlyFans, that's what happens. Every fucking time we get this little loading dial. Every goddamn time, it does not matter. On the white fucking screen, all right?
Yeah, to me that felt like kind of checkmate. The loading in particular. The screen, you could maybe say she's got premium OnlyFans that goes blue because she's top earner, top dog over there. Maybe you could mental gymnastics something there. But the loading thing, that's
that's pretty hard to argue with, because that's replicatable. Like, if you have an OnlyFans and you, like, reload something, you can check for yourself, and based on what I'm seeing there and from what other people are reporting, Jamie Liz is right. Sophie Rain, when doing the scrolling, since no loading pops up, the OnlyFans logo doesn't pop up or anything like that, it does feel like that's fake. That does seem like that's pure dirty barnacles over there.
If this was really OnlyFans.com, down here, it would say OnlyFans.com, bro. You cannot zoom in and get rid of the browser when you're looking something up. Do you guys see this? You guys fucking see this? It does not say OnlyFans.com. Right here, OnlyFans.com. Let's load it again. Real fucking page. Load it again. OnlyFans.com. You scroll a little bit, yeah, it gets smaller. It doesn't disappear. You can't zoom in and make the fucking browser disappear. Are we kidding here, guys? Are we believing this shit again?
I'm not gonna lie. I had no fucking clue that the browser stayed up the entire time you were on web pages, but Jamie Liz is right. Wait, I checked it myself, not on OnlyFans, but like I just went on Google and I tried like scrolling around, I tried zooming in, and there was nothing I could do to just get rid of it. It does stay there the whole time. So if she really is on OnlyFans, Sophie Rain, if she is on OnlyFans and reloading like she claims she is, it would be there. That's pretty solid evidence, I would say. And I will also mention a lot of people, myself included, have been extremely skeptical of Sophie Rain's earnings. $90 million through OnlyFans in what, like 2 years or something? That is like inconceivable. And she blew up because she was like inundating Twitter with her ads. So she was having like rage bait being posted about her from all of like popular meme accounts constantly, daily, just trying to flood people's timeline with her just to keep her name out there. So it feels like it would be par for the course if she is also using these earnings, these crazy high numbers, to keep her name out there, keep it in people's mouths, to make people familiar with Sophie Rain's brand. And it is like eye-opening shit. You hear that an OnlyFans creator is making $90 million. She's making more than NBA player salaries. You start to pay attention to it. So the faking earnings does feel like it could be very in line with her marketing strategy, or if it's not her strategy, her management team's strategy, whoever's responsible for it.
I just find this shit incredibly sad and embarrassing that you have lied so much that you have to keep lying and keep lying and keep lying to cover up your lies, bro. Are you that insecure about what you're doing that you gotta fucking fake statements? You gotta tell everyone you make all this fucking money? That's how insecure you are, bro?
I'm sure any OnlyFans model could probably look at Sophie Rain's proof here and weigh in if it's legitimate or not, because everyone's OnlyFans earnings page is going to look similar. The only difference is going to be numbers. And since Jamie Liz does show like what the page should look like, and it's vastly different from Sophie Rain's, I'm inclined to believe her that Sophie Rain's is horseradish. Now, to Jamie Liz's statement here at the end that she's lying and faking these earnings coming from a place of like insecurity, I don't think that's what it is. Like I said, I think this is all just part of her marketing strategy. And I also think because she's like the face of the Bop House, I'm assuming she's also like an owner in some capacity of like the management team that's managing people like Piper Raquel. She's also using this as a way to lure more people into an OnlyFans career. By having these numbers constantly flaunted, there are tons and tons of girls that are going to see this and believe that this is like a really viable career option to make a lot of money very quickly. So they'll follow Sophie Rain and Piper Raquel's example. So I think this is also a way for her to try and get potential clients to sign with the Bop House or something like that, so her and her team can make more money off of them and their contracts. I think the whole thing is pretty scummy. It also preys on people that are in a desperate situation, which is a lot of people in the current day and age, where someone might see all this money that Sophie Rain and the Bop House is generating, these huge numbers that may or may not be accurate, and they just say, fuck it, I'm going to do an OnlyFans too, and it doesn't go the same way it did for them. It is a scummy thing to do. And I think Jamie Liz is right to call it out. 100%. Now, again, I don't know a whole lot about OnlyFans, but what she's provided here seems pretty strong. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah. Alright, I am going to be blabbering about a company that I have disliked for a long time. PSA. I made a video a little over a month ago covering a PSA scandal when it came to a lenticular Pokemon card, a lenticular Deoxys, where, just to boil it down to the brass tacks here, getting it to its birthday suit, basically, someone had a very rare Pokemon card, a lenticular Deoxys, that was a 10, a PSA 10, but it was an old cert and they were looking to have it reholdered so they could turn and sell it. They had interested buyers, and this was a very expensive card. PSA themselves had even sold this exact card for $45,000 very recently. Well, when this customer went to have the card reholdered, PSA damaged it, bringing it down numerous grades and tanking its value, which means they could now no longer sell it for a potentially life-changing amount of money. And upon this fuck-up, PSA offered to give them $20,000 for their mistake, which is less than half of what PSA had sold that exact card for earlier. There was also the stipulation that PSA baked in and made known to this customer that they had just face-fucked, that if they accept that $20,000 lowball from PSA for what they called fair market value, which is based on basically nothing. They pulled it out of their ass because, again, they themselves had even sold this exact card for $45,000, yet they're only offering this guy $20K after destroying the card. But anyway, the stipulation that they also had in place is that if they do accept that offer, they have to sign an NDA. So that way he can't speak about it. It has to be hush hush. Gotta bury it. Which most people found to be very sketchy, very odd. The whole thing was peculiar. If you want to get caught up on that, the video's up on my channel. But the point is, I have been really glued to PSA and its scandals for a little while, and I've been digging deep into PSA recently because it is just so much more fascinatingly odd that it is still as big as it is. It is the biggest in the card grading space by a mile, and I don't think it should be at all. To me, PSA is fucked up. I think it is shady beyond belief, and I don't know why card collectors still keep choosing to go to PSA to grade their cards, and I don't know why their slabs are the ones that have the highest price tag associated with them. I think there is so much going on under the hood here, with so much evidence and so many scandals out there, that I would be taking my business pretty much anywhere else besides PSA. So I was yapping about it on stream the other night. I'll show you some clips there, but I also want to dive a bit deeper into the topic as well. Oh yeah, I was watching some stuff on PSA. I have been so glued to everything that's been going wrong in the TCG community. I've always hated PSA. I've spit on them a lot over the years, but I didn't even realize just how deeply corrupt the company was. Like, it's bad, and I've always known it's bad, but it's much worse than I thought.
PZPTCG on X.
No, you're thinking of a different thing. That was the lenticular. That was a more recent PSA scandal with the potential swap. I'll sum it up. The buyback scandal is it started here, really. A user realized that their 9s that PSA had bought back from them, he checked the cert and saw that they had actually got regraded to a 10. So, to break it down, PSA has a system where they make offers, where they will offer to buy back some of your cards. So they graded his cards at a 9, and then made an offer to buy the cards at a 9 at that value. And then they turned around and apparently regraded those 9s to a 10, and PSA sells these cards. PSA sells their cards. So like with the lenticular that I talked about, they sold a card for $45,000. So they actively engage in this market. So they have a huge incentive, a big conflict of interest, to lowball grades, make an offer, get the cards back for cheap, up the grade so they can sell it for more. So they double dip. You pay for the grading. And then they also have an upcharge. So if your card grades high and it's a very valuable card, they will charge you more, even though it doesn't take more work for them. So if you have a card, like a really valuable card, like let's say it grades and it's a card that's worth fucking $250,000 is what it is. So you have like a base set to PSA 10 Charizard, first edition. They will upcharge you $10,000 for that grade, even though it didn't take them anything else to do. It didn't cost them more money to grade it. So if your card is more valuable, they charge you more for that. Now, just to really twist on your nipples here, the reasoning they give for the upcharge that the community has swallowed with a smile on their face is like, oh, it gets insured for that amount. And we look at the value of the card, so, it makes sense. It's to protect you, the customer. But there are so many obvious problems with this. The most obvious is not everyone that's grading cards is looking to immediately turn around and sell them. So let's say you send in a card that you really like, and it grades at a 10, and it's a really valuable card. You might not have any intention of selling that card, but it's very valuable, and now PSA is going to upcharge you hundreds, potentially thousands of dollars to get that card back. It's basically holding it ransom at that point. You can get your card back if you say, like, no, I'm not paying that. They'll send it back to you ungraded, but if you want the grade, which you sent it to them for, so I presume you want it, in order to get it, you have to pay that upcharge because that's the value and that's their policy. They upcharge you because it's to protect you with these in this space. None of them even come close to PSA. PSA is eating everyone's lunch when it comes to card grading. Even with all of this out there in the wild and known, people still continue to go to PSA. I personally believe it's because they were able to weasel their way into the mainstream consciousness of NFT and crypto bros that have flocked to this hobby to try and scalp and capitalize off it. So they see PSA in like previous sales and assume that that is the one that they have to commit to. As briefly mentioned on stream, most reputable sports cards players in this industry have abandoned PSA because there's no trust left with that company. Right now, it is mainly, from what I understand, TCG players in this industry that are choosing PSA, mainly Pokemon. They continue to go there, and again, I think it's because these aren't even really people that are in the hobby. They are just scalpers looking to immediately capitalize off of the hype and the hysteria of it, so they default to PSA. That's my personal theory on it. But there are alternatives. Now, full disclosure, I don't use any card grading services. I have a big distrust of them, where you just have to take them at their word that the grade is what they say it is, and you don't know why. The only one I've ever used is Beckett, and that's because for that skill check video we did a few months back where we had the Australian couple come down, where they had Father's Magic the Gathering collection, which had extremely rare Magic cards from Alpha, including the Alpha Black Lotus. We had that graded by Beckett because they wanted to sell it for life-changing amounts of money, and for that, it does need to be graded, so we went through Beckett for it. But even then, I still just don't like the idea of, here's the grade, and here's like a little bit about why it got that grade, because if you look at like the subs on it, it should have been a 9, and even the comment section with people who actively grade said that it probably should have been a 9 based on all of that, but yet it ended up at an 8.5, so it's just confusing, and I don't like that. I don't like that there's not a whole lot of transparency around these grades. You just have to trust the chef that they know best. So I'm not the biggest fan of grading in general, and I've made that clear over the years. But anyway, we started discussing the alternatives, and I'll just play some of those clips. It's not just PSA out there, contrary to popular belief. Do CGC or TAG do anything similar? I don't know shit about CGC. TAG is the most interesting to me because they use a machine to do it all, so you can actually see why your cards got the grade that they did versus just this nebulous concept of what maybe caused the grade. So I like that idea, but there's no consistency with TAG from what I've seen. You can have the same card graded 5 times through TAG and it's a different grade every time. There's a channel that had a good video on that. I think it was Java something. Yeah, here it is. Is TAG grading as consistent as they claim? Apparently PSA bought Beckett. No wonder the recent manga grading has no consistency or criteria. Yeah, PSA bought Beckett a while ago. But Beckett doesn't have nearly the amount of shit that PSA does. So I don't know if they've fully corrupted Beckett yet. I don't know enough about Beckett. I don't like grading in general. I don't think there's any grading companies out there right now that are truly like reliable. Opinion on other grading companies. Well, that's what I was just saying. I don't know shit about CGC. TAG has a good idea from taking out like the guessing element. Okay, here.
Today
Let
we
me
are
show
putting
you.
Tag Grading's biggest claims to the test. I cracked out 7 cards from different grading card companies to see what those cards would grade at Tag. A Tag 8 or if it has changed in grade. Let's check it out. Here we go. Tag 7. Interesting. So we went.
So there's no consistency with the machine they use right now. So he runs these cards through multiple times and gets different results,
Down a
which is that's unacceptable, especially if you're using a machine that's supposed to be so consistent. But what I like about the idea is that they show you everything, why your card got the grade that it got. And it even gives you like the scans of the card and points out like all of the measurements and like what knocked it points. But it clearly gets it wrong and it's not consistent. The idea is good. The technology isn't there, or rather, I guess the company doesn't have the technology required to actually be consistent. But of all the grading companies, this one has the best idea. PSA, I think, is just beyond corrupt, top to bottom. There are so many scandals and so much garbage that you can pull from PSA. I would never trust them. Beckett, I know very little about. CGC, I know nothing about. But at the end of the day, outside of Tag, your card grade is totally just up to the person's mood that's grading it that day. And you never know why your cards grade at whatever they come back at. They don't tell you. You have to guess. And there could easily be some shady shit going on there where maybe they don't want a whole lot of 10s out there. Maybe you gave them a 10, but by having more 10s in the population, it's going to devalue the other 10s out there. So maybe they decide to give you a 9 instead. Like, there's just too much guesswork. I just wouldn't trust it. Especially since they sell their own graded cards, it invites corruption. Exactly, that's why I think the offers program is just completely unacceptable from PSA.
Yesterday I made a video clowning on some trash content, and today it was like Harry Potter when he got accepted to Hogwarts, with the amount of like emails and letters that I've got about other equally garbage slime out there that's popping off on TikTok, because there are so many zombie homunculi that are just addicted to attention and desperate for it at any cost.
It's good. Mmm, yum, 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 pizza, pizza.
Yeah, thank you.
Pizza, pizza, pizza.
Pizza!
Yes, bro. Yes, sir. Have a good day, Brody. Hey, bro. Cheese pizza. Yeah, for the homeless. Yeah.
Feeding pizza laced with laxatives to the homeless. Just a good old-fashioned biological warfare prank. I mean, who hasn't done that one before? That one's as old as, is your refrigerator running? Well, you better go catch it. Just a good old harmless prank. Now, I don't know if he actually laced these pizzas with laxatives, or if he's just lying about it for attention, but if he actually did do that, he should be in jail. 1000%. This is a crime. Now, I know internet influencers are addicted to exploiting the homeless for content, like this guy from back in the day who actually received a 15-month prison sentence for filling an Oreo with toothpaste and feeding it to a homeless man. And what this douchebag here is doing with the laxative pizzas is arguably even more cruel. Again, I have no idea if he actually did that or if that's just to, like, I don't know, rage bait people into checking out his dog shit account. I'm not positive, and there'd be no way to find out either, because it would be hard to follow up here to see if anyone actually did end up, shitting their brains out. And even if he comes forward and says, like, oh no, this is all a bunch of horse hockey, I made it up for attention, he could just be lying and covering his own ass, since if he does say, like, no, I really did lace these pizzas and give them to homeless people, he could probably face real punishment. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. So even if he tries to shut that shit down, saying like he didn't actually do that, it's, horseradish, there still just is a very good chance he did, and he's just trying to save himself here while panicking, realizing that what he's done is literally like a fucking crime.
Boop, boop, boop. Excuse me. How you feeling, big dog? You want some pizza? Anytime. Appreciate it. Pizza! Have a great day. Like it? Here you go. Can I get some more stuff? You want a plate? Pizza, pizza, pizza. I don't want your dollar, man. I want to get some pizza. Yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum. Here you go. Of course, but you want one more slice? Take a bite. Enjoy it, man.
The way that he talks to them is just infuriating as well. He talks to them like they're animals. He's treating them like dogs. Oh, you want some pizza? And actually dangles it in front of his face. Oh, yum, 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 pizza, pizza, pizza. I hate this guy. This guy super sucks. This pizza terrorist is just an insufferable piece of shit, man. I can't even fathom being this much of a heartless, hollow, attention-seeking little worm that you would actually do some garbage like this. Just exploiting the most vulnerable people, feeding them a laxative-laced pizza knowing that they probably haven't eaten too much in that day, just to torture them for your content. He's genuinely just like a little mosquito. But I thought this was just so over-the-top cruel that I have to make fun of him. And I want to show you a couple more of his pranks, because that's all he does. He goes out into society to make it worse. He is just this big fucking plague that sweeps through and just thrives off others' misery while being an extremely cringe douchebag.
I get a free slice of pizza. It's for the homeless.
Slice of pizza for homeless? If you wait till 9 o'clock, we give you the rest pizza.
For homeless?
Yeah.
What, for real?
Well, let me tell you something. I'm a nice guy. I'm not gonna do all the time. Yeah,
Yeah, I feel it.
Okay. It's a hat from Crispy
Oh, for the homeless, bro. Thank you, bro. What? Yo, shout out you, bro.
Alright.
Yeah. Free pizza. Fuck the homeless.
What an angel. This guy is really a saint. So, something he likes to do is the free pizza method, he calls it, where he goes into restaurants and pretends that the food that he's ordering is for homeless people, so he tries to get it for free. So in this one here, this pizza spot gave him this pie for free, apparently, because they believed that he was going to be giving it out to homeless people. They even dap up. It seems like they were really excited, like, oh, what a nice young man who's about to go out there and help some homeless people. We'd love to give you a free pizza for that, to support something so nice. And then he just eats it for himself, goes into the lot there screaming, fuck the homeless. Wow. Truly outstanding stuff. Now, I did a little super sleuthing here. I went full-blown fucking LARPing as a detective because that pizza box looked similar to the pizza box you could briefly see in a couple of the clips from the laxative pizza thing. I don't know if it's the same box because there are some differences, and the pizzas that he gave out as the laxative pizza ones, I don't see in the box when they open it in the store. So I don't think it's the same box of pizza that he used as the laxative pizza box. So to me, that makes it even more convincing that he actually did do a laxative pizza giveaway to the homeless, especially when he's celebrating the misfortune of homeless people and how it benefited him. You can see some eaten slice. I'm pretty sure this is the first video I've ever made with Taylor Swift as the focus for it, and that's because I just don't really have any strong feelings on her or her music. I don't know a whole lot about her, like, in her personal life or anything other than, like, all the breakups and stuff, but that's just not something I tune into super deeply. All I know is she's got some songs in her catalog I like to wiggle my finger to occasionally. Like, I don't dislike her music. I don't hate the songs that she's put out. There are a few boner jams in there. But the reason I'm talking about her today is because she has a new album that just came out, which I didn't even know was around the corner. But something is a bit awry. There's a disturbance out there because for the first time ever, I'm pretty sure, people are saying it's not good. Even her most loyal of fans are criticizing it. A feat I didn't even think was possible. It defies our very fundamental understanding of science. The Swifties vocally expressing disappointment, and not only in the album, but in the way in which Taylor Swift has gone about it. There is a lot of greed at play here that I would have never even imagined as like a money-making strategy. It's so fucking scummy. But Swifties have been well known to support any and everything Taylor Swift does at basically any price point imaginable. You could ask the moon, and they would happily fork over every single doubloon in their piggy bank for it. They would pay $5,000 to be in the same room that Taylor Swift farted in 5 years ago, and they would pay that with a big smile on their face, and go online to rave about the incredible experience being near like a smidgen of ass molecule that Taylor Swift shared the same air as this one room one time. Like, and yet they are talking about how disappointing this is from Taylor. That's crazy to me. That has to be like an indicator for an impending apocalypse. Like, I bet if you correlate this with the Mayan calendar, we're going to find evidence to the end times right around the corner. It is shocking, to say the least. And since I brought up the end times, I want to tell you that the end of bad hygiene is here, thanks to our soap Cheeky. We've got a new scent available now. It's the Sunday Scaries. It's our vanilla scent, which is a scent that has been requested highly for like the last year, and it's finally here. So you can go to usecheeky.com and get yourself the best soap ever created. So naturally, before getting into like the greedy monetization model for this album, Life of a Showgirl, I'll go ahead and give you my opinion on the album because I decided to take a little listen. I didn't hate it. Like, I'll be honest, I don't know what all the hoopla is about. Like, it seems like just a very normal Taylor Swift album. Admittedly, there's nothing on there that jumped out at me as a classic that's going to be talked about as one of her finest pieces, you know, one of her top tracks or anything. But it wasn't nails on a chalkboard or anything. It didn't feel like it was just lazy throwaway garbage. Like, I didn't feel like I was listening to "You'll Cowards Don't Even Smoke Crack" or something. Like, it was just very simple. Not to throw shade at "You'll Cowards Don't Even Smoke Crack," of course, but the point is, it just felt like a really normal Taylor Swift album. It wasn't extraordinary, but I don't think it was nearly as bad as I'm hearing a lot of people say. The only track on here that actually did raise my eyebrow was "Wood," which is a song about Travis Kelce's wiener. It's about a little more than that, but that's kind of like the focus, is Travis Kelce's meat. Kind of lyrics that just make you go, ooh, instead of have you snapping your fingers. Forgive me, it sounds cocky, he amatized me. I actually had to look up what that was. It's apparently dickmatized instead of hypnotized, where you get fucked so good that you get hypnotized, apparently. At least according to fan interpretations of that line. There's a lot of layers to this onion, of course. It's very deep songwriting. And opened my eyes, redwood tree, it ain't hard to see, his love was the key that opened my thighs. Girls, I don't need to catch the bouquet to know a hard rock is on the way. Oh. Like, when I heard that for the first time, it brought out the same feeling as the first time I heard Riley Reid freestyle rap. It was just, it was visceral. These lyrics really do feel like something I myself would write as a joke for one of our songs, The Gentle Men. And who knows, maybe Taylor Swift is a fan of The Gentle Men and was inspired by our songwriting styles. Because, like, I could see myself writing some shit like that for a goofy track. You know, penis appointment, you know I'm on time. He's dunking his balls like MJ in his prime. Like, it really does sound like something I would have cooked up for sillies. But, I don't know, the way, the rest of the song, it kind of plays it pretty straight, like pretty serious. And it's just, I don't know. That, out of all the songs on the album, that's the only one where I was like, oh. But anyway, enough about the album itself. I think it is just like a very normal, generic Taylor Swift album. Do I think it's anything special? No. Do I think it's anything abhorrent and as awful as everyone else seems to think it is? Also no. But I did see a banger tweet that a buddy of mine sent me that I guess kind of sums it up nicely. I said, Taylor Swift's new album sucks and I didn't even get a single death threat from a Swiftie. That's how bad it is. For those that don't know, since basically the beginning of Taylor Swift's career, anyone that speaks out saying like, I didn't really like that, they get dogpiled by Swifties with death threats, oftentimes racism. Like, the Swiftie online reputation has been pretty scary for a while, actually. And of course, it's not all Swifties, obviously, but it's enough to be kind of like a common thought, a stereotype for Swifties that has been around for a while, where if you say you don't like something about Taylor Swift or her album, get ready for some of the most colorful insults you'll ever read and a lot of death threats. So now, with the actual album itself out of the way, let's talk about how she monetized it, how she tried to squeeze more money from all of her fans, because it is egregious. I think this is probably why there are so few people coming to her defense here, because this is kind of indefensible. This is an article from a site called Defector that kind of broke it all down and gave like their review of it and talking about the monetization here and how greedy it is. So, upon announcing the album, Swift put up a vinyl for pre-order on her site, and then another, and then another. Before the album,
I've been up all night again for the second time this week already. Insomnia is absolutely bending me over. Now that I've turned 31, all of a sudden I've unlocked the superpower of insomnia. And while I've been up,
I've just been digesting things, learning things about, like, aliens and geodes because of, like, the life on Mars rock. And while I was perusing that, I saw the breaking news that they caught the man responsible for the assassination of Charlie Kirk. This is 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, and I'm pretty sure they actually got the shooter this time. In the beginning, there was a lot of hoopla because they brought in like 2 octogenarians claiming that it could be the shooter. It wasn't. This time, though, they absolutely got the right guy. He is definitely the shooter. He was turned in by his father. I'm pretty confident I don't need to explain what happened. I imagine all of you are familiar with it by now, but just in case, Charlie Kirk was on a college campus in Utah where he was inviting the audience to debate him on a variety of topics. And while doing that, he was shot in the neck and he died. It is fucking terrible. The videos are sickening. They are very gruesome. I don't recommend watching them. The gunman, now ID'd as Tyler Robinson, was positioned roughly like 200 yards away on top of a building, and he escaped for a little while. He jumped off the building. We have footage of all of this. I had planned on showing you some of the footage of Tyler Robinson, running away with the rifle and everything, but I mean, I guess it's worth mentioning why I'm not. I actually made this video like 3 or so hours ago, and when I finished rendering it, I went to my channel to find out I got a copyright strike from a news agency for using some of their clips when going over the topic of that doctor that would walk around his office butt-ass naked for a long time, had even ejaculated on a patient/employee, even called himself the Naked Doctor. I was covering that fucking wacko, and I used some of that news footage and got struck for it today. So I don't know if I'm allowed to use news footage here, so I'm going to refrain from showing any clips when talking about everything in regards to the Charlie Kirk assassination, because I want to make sure this video doesn't get taken down. I think this is something very important and something that I really want to talk about. Anyway, Tyler Robinson's father alerted authorities that he believed his son was the shooter they were looking for, and obviously the investigators followed up. They investigated and found sufficient evidence to conclude that this could very likely be the person responsible for the assassination of Charlie Kirk. They also found 4 bullet casings that were engraved with messages on them. So the one fired casing read, "Notices bulges, OWO, what's this?" Which is a furry meme. It's like one of those old, like, Tumblr furry memes, I think, about, like, nuzzles you rar, that kind of shit. He had other messages on the other casings, the ones that were unfired. So one of them said, "Hey fascist, catch," and then had up arrow, right arrow, and then down arrow 3 times, which people were quick to pick up on as a Helldivers reference. Another one said, "Oh, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao," which is apparently a reference to an Italian anti-fascist song. And then finally, another one said, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO." I think these engravings paint a pretty clear picture of a fucking cringe loser. This is a lunatic. This is a maniac. But according to those close to him, he wasn't like politically active or anything until recently, which I think sounds right. Politics has become turbocharged over just the last handful of years to the point where people can go from like not really being involved or only dipping their toes in to being just full-blown fucking radicalized and just, off their rocker, off their fucking gourd in politics. Like, it is. Everything is just accelerating at such a scary, alarming rate. Something else worth mentioning here, the authorities were claiming that Tyler was communicating via Discord about this. However, Discord is coming out and saying that it found no evidence that the suspect planned the shooting on its platform or promoted violence. It was apparently reported by Utah Governor Spencer Cox that the shooter's roommate showed investigators Discord conversations with someone listed as Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, watching the area where the rifle was left, and having left it wrapped up in a towel. But Discord saying they can't find those messages that were referenced in that reporting. So that one is still a little shaky as of me making this video. Embarrassment, because a few of them were quite cringe. And 2, I used copyrighted music, and at the time, there wasn't a strike system. So I had friends that would upload montages, and if the song got hit, they just lose the channel. So I didn't want to take that risk, so at the time, this was after the Ray William Johnson thing happened, I went through and just fucking wiped it. It was over 2010 and 2012. You did it in batches. We were able to figure out the dates by looking at archives of your Social Blade page. You can see the deleted. Wow, that's super interesting. I thought I did it in like one fell swoop. I don't remember doing it in batches. That's so interesting. Damn. I didn't know this shit was cooking either. Stranglehold final level. So good. 23K? I see the Foundry ones there.
Please consider reviewing this. This is a huge number of people's last chance, and there is money on the line.
Yeah, I mean, the bounty is still live, by the way. I'm still fully open to honoring the bounty I placed 6 years ago, whatever it was. So, I mean, he's right there. I mean, there is money on the line. If somehow anyone had any of this cashed back in the day. Yeah, absolutely. I'd definitely still honoring that bounty on it.
I have spent...
Oh, what was that one? What was that one? Was that Rainbow Six Vegas? Yep, Rainbow Six Vegas 2 glitches, secret room on Three Kings Casino, baby! That was the chaotic glitchers era, where I tried to make my own glitching clan, but no one wanted to join, so it was legitimately just me. I really tried to make that brand take off, and the glitches that I'd find were fucking awful. So the secret room here, if I remember right, was literally just you could clip into one of the walls slightly. So fucking cool. $50, nice. No. So, the reward here is a little misleading. The bounty I put up, I think it was for 20K, right? For the whole kit and caboodle of finding the videos. That right there is about the thumbnails. I paid out 50 because they found, like, thumbnails, is what it was. So, like, getting the actual videos is, like, the big bounty. I think that's what it was. It's been a while since I issued that. I thought for sure this was dead in the water. Holy fuck, man. This is so cool.
I've spent
Call of Duty 4 glitches, bomb walk glitch plus tutorial. Oh my god, this one was such ass. This one I didn't find, though. That one I just slapped the Chaotic Glitchers logo on. Gears of War jetpack tutorial, no standby or lag switch. That was big time gaming. Edited in Pinnacle Studio, by the way, with the Dazzle Platinum capture card. Outside of Foundry. Can't remember if I found that one. Oh, then some of the montages. I didn't even remember deleting this one. I thought this one was still up. This one has... Red Hide, I think is the song I set this one to. Oh, on top of Pipeline. This one is Inter Shikari Time for Plan B is the music I used for it. Bro, I remember all of this shit so clearly. It has been 18 years? Yeah, 18 years since I made these, and I still recognize the thumbnails and still remember the music I used in them. And this shit popped at some point, bro. I remember when I was making them, it was getting like 100 or 200 at the time. No, I made these back in 08. 2007, 2008. And then I kind of took a break in 2009. I went more into montages. How'd you lose them? I didn't lose them, I deleted them. They didn't just, like, vanish. Oh, this is so fucking hyped that there's actually a chance. My first Gears of War 2 montage, no bots. I don't remember deleting this. Is this also not still up? I'm pretty sure this is the one that I set to Scars Remain by Disciple. Or this might have been a Pillar one. I remember all these. I really thought that a couple of these actually were still up. First Gears of War 2 sniper montage, no bots. My first Gears of War montage, all right. See, these are the views I remember. 555. I think maybe what happened is after the Ray William Johnson thing, maybe there was like this big boom going to like the old shit of like, oh, what else did he do? And they watched fucking Call of Duty 4 on top of block where I just glitch out of the map and sit there listening to metal music. That must have been what happened, and I just never noticed. Like 1000%. Like this was on the higher end of things I used to see. You might get a better idea with the Google Sheet of your lost videos. Yeah, toss that over. Second Gears of War 2 montage. Nice.
Easy.
Oh, the blind fire I was so proud of this one. I put so much editing into this. This one I remember is set to Dance Gavin Dance, Lemon Meringue Tie. I put a lot of effort into that one. I don't remember this one super well. My 7th Gears of War sniper montage. Shit kind of cooked though. Okay, my 8th one. See, we're on the come up. They always say you're hitting your peak montage when you're in your 8th bout. Oh, and then here, this was the trailer I made for it. Oh yeah, this was a big deal. When I was getting the 8th one cooked up, you know I had to drop the teaser for it. That's like the Modern Warfare 4 reveal. That shit was the Avengers Doomsday of Gears of War. I had to let them know. You made a trailer for your own montage. You bet your sweet bippy I did. People had to mark it on their calendars, bro. They had to know it was right around the corner. Sleep in fear. Don't play ranked. You don't want to go in Gears of War ranked when I'm working on my 8th sniper montage. It's not safe. Where'd you send it? Oh, here it is. Thank you. I'll pull it up in just a second. I want to finish the video.
Well, I've analyzed hundreds of possible edge cases where it would potentially break. If this doesn't work, then I genuinely don't know what will. If you have any lost videos...
Oh! I saw some of my Halo 3 glitch videos in there. Halo 3 amazing kills. Also, the kills weren't that amazing. This one was set to Chevelle's The Clincher. God, some of these are so... Oh my lord. I haven't thought about some of these in so long. This one is by far the probable worst video I've ever made in my life. Halo 3 glitches on top of canon on the Arc Plus tutorial. I actually referenced this when I recently went through my Halo marathon for the gaming channel. In Halo 3, on the Arc, in the very beginning, there's these two big cannons that are inaccessible. They're just too big. And I found a way to get on top. Only it turns out, like, the actual talented glitchers were way ahead of me. They weren't just getting on top of these. They were getting on top of, like, the entire map and going beam to beam. So I was over here, like, in the fucking Weenie Hut Jr. kiddie pool, like, celebrating getting on top of this fucking cannon through my methodology, which was brain dead. I set this one to a song called Inhale by Edgewater. I remember that. Oh my god, this is so cool.
Then I genuinely don't know what will. If you have any lost videos that you want the program to search for, you can submit them on the website. If, you know, this is your last chance too.
Huge banger video from Syndex Mon. So what do you have to do? It's the cache scanner from the GitHub. Okay. Well, let me pull up the index. Now I want to see some of the other old videos and metrics. If anyone watching here was like an OG viewer, And you might have some of these old videos. The bounty is still live. It's like 20K if you get the videos. So that could be a good payday. It's unbelievable that there is still a chance that the Lost Media Challenge could be completed here all these years later. So if anyone here has been watching for 18 years, great opportunity for you. This is big. We just gotta get the GitHub, I guess, to cache search, however that goes. Oh, all the way up to 2012. Okay, so I guess it doesn't have to be 18 years. It could be 14-ish years. Since I deleted them in batches of pizza with only the crust left, and there's, I think, 3 slices there, and none of those 3 slices are the ones that were visible that he gave to the homeless people, and so I think that was entirely different. But I do believe he did actually give one of these slices to another guy, and he uses this guy at the end of basically all of his videos.
Free pizza! Fuck the homeless! Free pizza! 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 Pizza!
Now, outside of poisoning homeless people, he also loves to do the standard insufferable prankster shtick of making fast food workers and restaurant employees miserable, treating them as props, not human beings, to exploit for content. You can't have a prankster without making employees of restaurants miserable. These two things go hand in hand. It's like peanut butter and jelly.
See the bowl, bro? The bowl? The bowl? Yeah. What's up? What's up, bro? You making it? Yeah. What's up, bro? Yeah. You gotta wait for the guy, bro. I got shit.
What are you doing?
I'm making a bowl.
Yeah, why?
Okay.
Get out. What are you doing?
I'm making a bowl, bro.
You don't work here. It's not funny. It's not funny. Get out.
What, bro? I'm making a bowl, bro.
I don't care. Why are you back here?
I'm sorry, bro. I'm confused, bro.
Yeah, I'm confused too.
Oh my good golly, how devious. He went back there and made himself a bowl. Wow, so brave and tough. Man, that's incredible work. Now, I know this one isn't exclusive to just him. This was a bit of a trend on TikTok for a little while where pranksters would just go behind the counter and get their own fast food and all that, which, from what I understand, is a huge nuisance to the employees there, because then they have to like swap everything out because, well, it could have been a problem if they didn't. Especially in the case of a dangerous asshole like this, who apparently fed laxative-laced pizza to homeless people. So who's to say he didn't just start poisoning the food here at this Chipotle? It's just so fucking stupid, man. I actually don't know how anyone found this entertaining at all, because there's not even like a joke there or anything. The joke is literally, he's doing something he's not supposed to. Ha ha ha.
My hand, Dad! Bro, my hand is gone! Help me! Bro, help my hand! It's gone! What, bro? Call them, my hand is gone! Where's my hand at? Guys, let me find my hand. Yeah. Where is it?
When he's not just directly impeding people's ability to just go about their day, he's then doing this kind of like baby shit where he's like, where's my hand? And making a silly voice with it. That's his comedy.
Oh, yeah. Wait, these can fit my feet?
Huh?
You can fit my feet?
What size is those? This might be too big.
No.
You sure you wear 15?
I don't think so, bro.
Yeah, I think so. Let me check. Let me see.
Can I just try them on first to see if they fit my feet?
No, that's gonna be too big, man.
What do you mean?
Bro, this is size 10.
Bro, I want 15.
No, 15 too big. That's
Why,
way
bro?
too big.
I want a size 15, bro.
You want a size 10?
15.
You want? All right, here, I'll let you try it on.
This guy's nice.
It's gonna be too big. I'm letting you know now, but
I'm not exaggerating. When he's not like directly harassing people or like getting in their way and being a huge fucking nuisance, this is what he's doing. Just being extremely annoying. Literally doing like baby talk. Well, not even baby talk. He's actually just putting on goofy voice and being dumb. That's not even entertaining or anything. It's genuinely just completely useless, baffling mumbo jumbo. It's just such a fucking loser. This guy is just such a loser.
Excuse me, sir. You have my stuff. Can I put this right here real quick? Thank you. I appreciate it.
Why are you putting it in my cart?
No, because like I have a finger problem. So like.
Oh, okay. Well, what am I going to do with them?
Can you put it back in my hand for me real quick, please?
Just put it in your arm, like that.
Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Now this one's very creative, actually. This one's clever. He's pretending he's got a finger problem, so that way he can do this to everyone in the store. That's really naughty. Oh my goodness. And he's so big and tough that he loves to target elderly people, just like all of the other awesome pranksters out there. Just a swell gentleman all around, harassing fast food employees, targeting the elderly for these garbage-ass disrespectful pranks, targeting the homeless for a little pizza terrorism. Man, what a guy.
The cucumbers?
What is your deal, dude?
The cucumbers.
Yeah, I see you have cucumbers. I also see you throwing me the bird. What's
No,
your
I
problem?
have a finger problem. I'm sorry. It's a finger issue. I'm sorry about that. The bread? The bread?
What are you doing, man?
The bread?
I can see you recording, okay? Come on. Put your finger down. Move on.
Sorry about that, man.
Move on, dude.
That last guy just dressed him down right there and spanked his bottom. He's like, yeah, I see you recording. This shit is embarrassing. Put your fingers down and move on. Get away from me. And he's like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. And you could actually see him take his fingers away. I'm surprised he left that in there because he just looks like a huge bitch here. He's very tough when it comes to the homeless and the elderly, but the second some guy like actually calls him out directly to his face, he fucking deflates and like shrinks into himself into fetal position. Oh my goodness, another gut buster here. He goes into the Planet Fitness snarling. He goes in there like a feral beast, making weird noises and running around a little bit. Holy, what a prank. This guy sucks, man. He's just such a fucking loser. I had to make fun of this guy. And if he actually did feed homeless people laxative-laced pizzas, I hope he goes to jail. I really hope they arrest this guy if he actually did do that. And I don't know how he'd even prove his innocence there, because he's the one that said that they were laxative-laced, and I think it'd be really hard to prove that they weren't now, because it'd be very difficult to follow up and figure out, well, were they actually laxative-laced, or was this guy just lying about that for attention? So, to me, if I was the authorities here, I'd just take him at his word that he fed them laxative-laced pizzas, and I would arrest him, because this guy fucking sucks, and he probably did actually do that. At least based on all the other things that he does. I wouldn't be surprised if that was real. He sucks. Wanted to make fun of him. That's it. See ya. The Mummy is my favorite movie of all time. The Mummy Returns is my second favorite movie ever. And one thing I've learned is that the real Mummy's curse is the fact that they just can't seem to make any other good mummy movies. Tomb of the Dragon Emperor was weak, but not terrible. Tom Cruise The Mummy was terrible. And now, Lee Cronin's The Mummy is just eh. First and foremost, this has nothing to do with the Mummy franchise at all. There's not even a single tiddlywink of an Easter egg. Not that I need to glup shitto out at the screen going, oh, I get that reference, or anything. I just want to make it known that this is completely separate from any Mummy movies. This is a totally standalone film, and it bears no resemblance to anything in the Mummy franchise. What it does bear resemblance to, though, is Evil Dead Rise. I would even say that this is Evil Dead Rise with a new skin. Lee Cronin made Evil Dead Rise. I really like that movie. This steals its flow bar for bar, beat for beat. And a lot of people are praising that, like, oh, this was very Evil Dead Rise-esque. For me, I like Evil Dead Rise. I don't want to just see it done again with a new coat of paint. And I'm not just being harsh and exaggeratory. there are identical scenes in here that were present in Evil Dead Rise. For instance, I don't want to get too deep into spoilers off rip, so here's like a little spoiler warning. When they're going over the mummy's origin and like what's going on here, they even play a tape that I'm pretty confident is even the same voice actor they used in Evil Dead Rise when they play the recording about the book and what all of that means. It's the exact same lore dump moment, basically 1-to-1. And there's multiple scenes just like that, including the same exact scares that were in Evil Dead Rise. Even identical, gross out, yucky moments. Oh, whoa. Like pretty much exactly the same here as it was in Evil Dead Rise. So I don't think this movie is bad, but it really is a been there, done that, because we literally saw Lee Cronin go there and do it a couple years back with Evil Dead Rise. Like, this feels like a cash grab. It felt like he just wanted to go into, you know, his bag of comfort and deliver something very standard and generic. So it's just a little disappointing. Now I want to get into some bigger spoilers, so here's your larger spoiler warning. So the entire film revolves around a family, and the daughter of this family gets kidnapped by a creepy woman who's using some kind of a spell, and then fast forward 8 years, they couldn't find her, but then a sarcophagus turns up after a plane crash, and in that sarcophagus is their daughter. Except something's very wrong with her daughter. She is really out of it, and a lot of very creepy, scary things start to happen when they bring her home. Spoiler alert, she's possessed by the spirit of a demon, basically, and in order to keep the demon from going hog wild on the world, they had to mummify it, and they needed a new host, and that's what their daughter was. But all hell breaks loose when that plane crash happens and she gets freed from the tomb. There's also another character that's introduced as kind of like a side quest, who is a detective that really wants to help, and she's never been able to actually find anyone alive. Katie is the first person that they found alive, and it means a lot to her, but something has clearly gone cattywampus, and so the family, well, the husband, Charlie, is communicating with her and letting her know something's wrong, and we need to figure out, like, what happened to her. Like, what did she go through? We have to know, solve the mystery. So then the side plot happens where she's solving the mystery of that mummy, that demon, and then it leads to finding this group that imprisons this demon in human vessels and has been doing so 82 times now. It's not really like a bad story per se, but it's a very standard one that isn't the most unique or anything like that. And it's unfortunately riddled with the biggest horror movie trope of just characters being dumb. Charlie is quick to recognize shit's all awry. Like, this is not right, something's going on, and he's trying to figure out the mystery. And he even suggests, like, hey, we need to maybe get her somewhere where she can get specialized treatment after she fucking headbutts the grandmother and starts peeling off her own skin and, beating up the whole family and that kind of thing. But the mom is like, no, I'm not doing that. We need to actually protect her this time around since we failed last time, which I can understand that. I definitely do get that. I don't think that's bad writing or anything. I think that's totally fine. But when the bad decisions start happening is aren't supposed to, but they were trying their best to be super transparent and comply with the law. This was on purpose. It's by design. This is a cover-up. It's not a conspiracy. It's in front of your face. You can unredact the information yourself, and it doesn't take a lot of technical prowess to do so. You can confirm this yourself. They are trying to protect these pedophiles. They are running defense for evil people that they have knowingly collected all this information on and decided to do nothing with for years. Not just this administration, the last administration too, obviously, but the point is, right now, they're still doing all they can to protect these people. That is unacceptable in a sane society. And anyone who writes that off as, like, not a big deal is a fucking lunatic. Like, beyond pathetic loser worm. Now, if you're wondering how this even happened with being able to unredact this yourself, is because so many people working in the government are just actually incompetent. I don't mean that like exaggeratory. I mean like they legitimately like diaper wetting, paint chip eating fucking idiots over there. So the likely explanation here is they use the highlighter tool to black out the information, but they didn't actually redact it. So when you copy and paste it, it's still there. They didn't even actually redact it. That is how bad at their jobs they are. And I've seen a theory floating around that maybe this is on purpose from a whistleblower who was tasked with redacting information but wanted it to get into the hands of the American public, so they instead did like the highlighter tool as opposed to redacting it. And I'd be willing to motorboat those titties, play ball with that idea, if we hadn't seen so many examples of just pure incompetence at the highest level. I truly just think it's clear that the people in these positions are just like actual fedora tipping Reddit twerps, like based on how they shitpost on Twitter and everything, and that they legit just can't do their jobs very well. Side note, anyone remember this little golden nugget where they literally rickrolled the Epstein files release, treating the most notorious, infamous child sex trafficker, as well as all of the information in regards to his clients and all of these evil crimes, as a joke? Anyone remember that? I think it's pretty evident that a lot of the people in these positions are actually just fucking dumb. So I'm not willing to believe that this was some kind of internal whistleblower trying to do the right thing. I just think that they are actually fucking lobotomites, just genuinely stupid, and didn't realize that blackout highlighter doesn't actually redact the information. It's wild they can't even do the simplest things correctly, like redact information. You can literally click like 2 buttons in order to do that. And they can't even figure that much out. They are knowingly making a conscious decision to violate the law here in regards to these Epstein file redactions. And even while doing that, they can't even figure out how to redact the information properly. Thus, they get caught with their pants down. They can't even do the cover-up correctly. And still, even though their whole ass is out, goat seed, on full display for everyone, every single human being on the planet that wants to download the files and unredact it themselves, they can see that they broke the law by redacting things that aren't minors and aren't victims. Even this being 100% confirmed will still probably not lead to a single person being fired or a single individual in a higher level of power here even facing some finger wagging. It's just that bad right now. They can do anything they want with complete immunity. And it's just so outrageous. It's infuriating. I had to yap about this a bit because I've now learned that there won't be anything that comes from it. So might as well blabber about it now. That's really about it. See ya.